Namaskar everyone. Hello and welcome to Project YugParivartan Global Summit 2023. This summit is in its third edition. We started doing it from year 2021, from 4th June, which is a very significant day in the history of Project YugParivartan as a whole. The Project YugParivartan inception was done on 4th June 2011, and with a target date of 4th June 2025 to build the system which can create the golden age for the entire humanity. In the last two editions of this summit, several influencers from India and abroad have participated as a speaker and shared their views and their vision about the golden age. We want to invite all the influencers of the entire world, including the United Nations, as a speaker to speak on the theme of what is their vision of golden age. So let us hear from our eminent speakers today. So we'll invite them one by one, and they will share their thoughts in 35 to 40 minutes each. And as an audience, you all can ask your questions to them related to their vision. So on this note, let us applaud and start the Project YugParivartan Global Summit 2023. Welcome everyone. Okay, so let me just quickly set the context and the agenda for today. Okay, so all the times as displayed on the screen is in India Standard Time, IST, which is GMT, 5 hours and 30 minutes. So from 4 to 4:15, we will do the context setting, followed by the session by Mr. Daniel Sinclair from Ontario, Canada. Then we will have a session by Mr. Ali Mehdi from Delhi, India. Then 5:45 to 6:30, we will have a session by Dr. Biindu Khuraana from Maharashtra, India, followed by a session by Mr. Somnath Bharti from New Delhi, India, from 6:30 to 7. From 7 to 7:15, we will have a session by Dr. Yogi Devaraj from Florida, USA. 7:15 to 8, we will have the session by Ms. Dena Merriam from New York, USA. And the last speaker of the day would be Mr. Kailash B. Ashar from Maharashtra, India. And finally, we will close the summit today, day one of the summit today, with vote of thanks. Let me just quickly explain about what Project YugParivartan is. Project YugParivartan is world's largest project launched by PYP Golden Age Foundation and Defined Values Consultants for reforming the entire world towards the golden age. We have envisioned the transition of humanity, the world, and the universe into the next era as per the eternal cosmic cycle, which is described in detail in the book Code of Citizens' Conduct, Rashtra Dharma. Project YugParivartan Global Summit 2023, which is the third edition of this series, is a spectacular annual event to bring several eminent speakers, thought leaders, visionaries, and luminaries together as part of our efforts to synergize the world through Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform with an aim to unite the humanity as one family, one country, one workplace, and one philosophy. The Project YugParivartan vision is inclusive, exclusive, and conclusive vision to unite the humanity into, as I said, one family, one country, one workplace, and one philosophy. And hence, we need to take extra precautions not to offend anyone through any of our speeches or questions or discussions, regardless of their caste, creed, language, political affiliation, religion, or country, through our any of the communications during and after the summit in any of the official platforms of Project YugParivartan. This is very critical to achieve the goal of oneness and the global peace. This is the schedule of the event. It is a 3 days event from 4 June 2023 to 6 June 2023 from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. India time. Okay, so the theme given to all the speakers since the inception of this series is same. It is about what is their vision of a golden age ecosystem or Satyug or Dore Haq as said in various other languages. So the speaker has to touch upon these points during their speech. What is your understanding of the situation of the world today? In your opinion, do we need a grand change in the governance and constitutions of the world, or the world is just doing fine and big reforms are not required? What three things you think should change for the ecosystem to become a golden age ecosystem? What is your take on the role of spiritual mentors and religious leaders in creating a golden age ecosystem? What is your take on the role of political organizations, governments, and NGOs in creating a golden age ecosystem? And what is your take on the role of business organizations in creating the golden age? Because a lot of work will be done by the business organizations also. And what is your take on the role of a common man in creating the golden age? Because it is for the entire humanity, but it must be by the entire humanity. Everyone should be involved. And how do you see your vision and mission converging with Project YugParivartan vision? And what help do you seek from Project YugParivartan Synergy platform to empower your mission? So if you see, even the United Nations has covered all the problems of the world into 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which means there are a large number of people working on the same goal, same mission. So it makes sense for all of those people to come together and synergize so that they don't need to reinvent the wheel every now and then, so as to revive the condition of the ecosystem as fast as possible. Okay, one disclaimer, the views presented by the speakers in this entire summit is solely their point of view and perspective. Defined Values Consultants or Project YugParivartan Golden Age Foundation do not endorse any part of it as an official organizational standpoint, but all attempts are made to create a synergy between the speaker and the Project YugParivartan vision. So we generally do a Project YugParivartan synergy meditation, but we will do it for tomorrow and day after. Today we'll directly come to the session from our first speaker of the day, Mr. Daniel Sinclair. So may I invite Mr. Amit Agarwal, my colleague, introduce our first speaker.
So yeah, thank you very much, CMHC Deshtandale, for setting up this one of the grand vision to uplift the collective human consciousness. And I feel proud to be a part of it and contribute as much as possible. So here we start our global summit for this year. I'm pleased to invite our first speaker of the day and this summit, Mr. Daniel Sinclair, to share his views on the golden age ecosystem with all of us. Daniel is from Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada. Daniel has been actively engaged with HWPL, which is Heavenly Culture, World Peace and Restoration of Light, since its inception on May 25th, 2013. Prior to this his involvement in HWPL, his dedicated efforts in collaborating with local churches and contributing to youth outreach programs in his home community in Canada. Furthermore, he embarked on a meaningful mission as a part of University of the Nations in 2008 and 9, where he actively participated in missions outreach initiatives across Australia, New Zealand, and the Cook Islands. Coming from a Christian Pentecostal background, Daniel's upbringing instilled in him a profound interest in religious studies, which continues to drive his academic pursuits. The opportunity to serve as a moderator in the WARP office, which is World Alliance of Regional Religions Peace, facilitated by HWPL, was an invaluable one for Daniel. He holds deep appreciation for the diverse views and perspectives that different religions contribute to the global discourse. Recognizing the immense significance of working towards world peace, Daniel embraced this role as an avenue for personal growth and the opportunity to contribute effectively to a cause that is deeply meaningful to him. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big hand for our first speaker of the summit, Mr. Daniel Sinclair from Canada. Over to you, Daniel.
Welcome, Daniel. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I am absolutely flattered and just very grateful to be starting off this prestigious event, and I hope the summit goes very well. I'm also deeply humbled to be being able to speak and share my views today. I hope that we have a very productive and a meaningful time in this discussion. That said, half of what I was going to say was my introduction, and our gracious co-host has taken care of that. So I thank you so much. We, of course, starting from the very beginning. Yes, I'm born and raised here in the beautiful country of Canada, and it's given me many opportunities of perspective to see the world and to gain understanding, but also to grow an opinion about the world and seeing, well, what ought to be done, and how are things right now. And I think those are some of the most important questions we can ask, particularly given the focus of the Project YugParivartan project. One of the things that I really appreciated was in the preamble to the invitation, one of the points made about PYP was that it was an organization ready to take responsibility or take accountability for the way humanity has been going. And my first thought was, well, it's about time. I think that's actually a very great perspective to begin coming at. Trying to change the world is to say, well, before we can change anything, we need to take accountability. We need to realize what we have a responsibility to play here. Now, I of course have been born and raised religious, so I've had lots of opportunity to meet and work with many different religious people, religious leaders, but also I've come in contact with a lot of non-religious influencers and people as well, and I have a very equal respect for the atheist community as well, because if there's one point that we can really agree on between religion and non-religion, is that humanity does play an important role in taking responsibility for the way humanity develops and of course our future. One of the key points of the atheism, of course, is since they don't believe in the existence of God, there's nobody else to blame for any of the problems on Earth. So I wholeheartedly accept that perspective that yes, we are to blame. We are to take responsibility for everything that is going on, whether good or bad. There's many good things, of course. Technology, society. There are beautiful, amazing things that we've accomplished throughout the history of humanity. But of course, there are many issues still remaining in the world. And one of the biggest ones that I've been mostly involved with is the work of peace. Now, peace, of course, people have longed for peace throughout all the ages. And there have been many movements and people working to create a world where there's peace and to have a world without war. But of course, that's something very much easier said than done. Despite some of the best intentions of people, war seems to propagate itself, seems to continuously go on. And we often wonder, well, what can be done about this aspect of war? Well, I think one of the very first things we can do is come to understand it. Where does war come from? How does it continue to evade even the best of intentions? And what can be done to create a world where not only is war resolved, but how can we create a world where war no longer is a possibility, something that won't come up, something that won't happen again? And I think this is at the heart of the work of wanting to create a golden era. So that's been some of my main focuses throughout my history. One of the biggest things, I suppose, starting at the very beginning, is my childhood. my childhood has given me lots to reflect on because, in my opinion, I've had the perfect childhood. And I only wish that so many more people would be able to share in that experience, to be able to say, yes, my childhood growing up was excellent. Never did I see a need for food. Never did I feel insecure in the place where I lived. Never did I lack really anything. And that gave me so much to think about, because growing up in that environment and being able to see the world in the state that it is, you wonder, well, why should I have this great opportunity, and why should I have all these good things while there are people out there that don't have this? People are, of course, suffering. People are in need. There are people living in situations where they don't have security or peace of mind. And my childhood, thinking back, I remember hearing so many stories from my dad. My dad, of course, grew up in Manitoba. That's one of the provinces in Canada, and he grew up in the northern part, a small place called Churchill, Manitoba. And it's a very isolated community. And he told me so many stories of just how in his growing up, in his youth, he faced so many trials and struggles. So many things because of economic times, but of course, aspects relating to culture, the way people acknowledge people, the way people treat people. And he endured a fair amount of hardship, and I imagine, comparing my childhood to his, one thing that I see is an improvement. To say, well, all the stories my dad told me, I never experienced anything like that. I've never been chased out of my home. I've never had to face abusive teachers in school. There's all these things. I never faced food insecurity. That was something that my dad had to endure. And it brought me to a realization, and that is, there are many people out there who could say, well, to create a perfect world or to create a better world, well, it's a pipe dream. It's not realistic. And I see where people are coming from with that. But I use my childhood as an example and say, compared to my father's upbringing, my childhood was better. My childhood was improved. Improvement is possible. And that has given me very much hope. And not just a dead hope, but a hope that drives me to work. A hope that helps inspire me to continue going on day to day, to be able to say, I believe the world can get better. And for the purposes of PYP, I would say this is one of the very first things we need to establish, is that, yes, we believe the world can get better. And on that, we begin asking deeper questions, saying, how, where, why, all the important details. What can we do to begin creating a more perfect world that's a better place for everybody? And I see all the people that we have joining here. I believe we are all meeting here with that exact same purpose in mind. Not that I'm speaking for anybody, but we all share this united hope to be able to say, yes, we can see a better world being created. And maybe even if you had a childhood where you did grow up in struggle and things were difficult, even now, hopefully, your life has improved, has become better, even in this era of your life. So I think this has given us all some pause to consider, how can the world become better? Now, this is, of course, something I've thought about my whole life. I was brought up in a religious setting, that meaning, we of course attended a Christian church once a week, and I grew up attending what we call like youth groups, where as children we would learn basic Bible stories and what have you. But I grew up with this aspect of faith. And this always brought me probably some of the bigger questions. Simply, what do we do with faith? I always recalled how we would attend one church, and just around the block there would be another church, and I would ask, why do we attend these different churches? Are we not worshiping the same God? And one thing that I was told was simply, oh well, they worship a different God. They believe in three gods. We believe in one God. And I could not wrap my mind around that. It was like, well, aren't we both churches? We both have crosses on our buildings. We both dress up. We all carry Bibles. Why is it that we have these divisions? And this is something I explored well into my adolescence, and into seeking out my own understanding on this purpose. I would always encounter people from different religions or different denominations within Christianity. And one of the biggest questions was, why do we have these differences? If we come from the same scripture, why is it that we have no ability to become one and to work and worship together as one? And those differences, of course, are plenty. A lot of it having to do with interpretations, with traditions. These things are, of course, very important things that take a lot of precedence in people's lives. But of course, if these are the things causing division, well, are they bad things? Well, one can't necessarily say that off the bat, because the reality is I really don't know. The reality is being born into the world, I wasn't given a manual beforehand saying, now here's how the world works, here's what truth is, and here's how peace works. Nobody's given that. We are simply born into an existential situation where we must figure out things as they happen. And we're simply putting pieces together and trying to make the best of our situation. A writer I greatly appreciate, a writer by the name of G.K. Chesterton, in one of his books, he talked about the human situation as being as though we've just woken up from a coma of some sort, and we've woken up on a beach, and all around us is the wreckage of a ship. And one of the things that we can come to conclude is, well, this was our ship. This is where we belonged, but now it's all destroyed, and we're simply sifting through the wreckage of that, and we're trying to figure out who we were, where did we come from, what's our identity, what's our purpose. And I think this is a great illustration for the present age. We are all born into different areas of the world. We're all born into different cultures, different religions, different perspectives, different economic situations. So many differences, and yet we all end up coming up to some of the same questions. That who are we? Where did we come from? What is our purpose? Even some of the deeper religious questions. Why is there birth, aging, death? Why are these things? And we're simply left with almost no answer, it would seem. One could almost say it's a very dark place to be, to not have direction, to not be able to see clearly. And somebody might say, well, what are we to do? Well, there is an answer. And that answer, of course, is truth itself. And now truth is a very tricky word. In fact, I would say truth is a very big word, even though it's very short when spelling it. It's among many big words that I think that we use, where there's maybe something so profound about it that we simply say the word without really considering what it is that we're actually saying. To say the word truth, well, truth is much higher than really any concept. Truth denotes that it is what is. And as part of that, truth is really higher than really any other concept. Because even if we wish to prove a point, somebody might even say, well, there is no truth. Well, that's a bit of a contradiction, because in saying there is no truth, you're trying to state a truth. All of a sudden, this concept of truth has revealed itself in the sense that here's a word we say as though we have control of. But the reality is we don't control truth. Truth is something we're blind to from birth, but truth is something that gets revealed to us over time as we seek and as we search. And this brings us to the importance of religion. Religion is, I think, the best description I've heard of religion is the highest teaching. It's coming from the highest place. And if we are seeking to understand truth, well, if truth is the highest thing to be able to understand, well, then learning about the truth, well, that must be the highest teaching. So this is something that I believe all religions set out to do. Religion, of course, is this important seeking of the highest teaching, or the word of truth, ultimately saying, well, how do we understand the universe? And I'd say this is another point where maybe religion and non-religion have something in common, is this search for truth. Because even within science, the scientific community, I'm a great fan of science. I enjoy all the many disciplines, whether it's quantum physics or astrophysics, the very small, the very big, marine biology. These, of course, all very, very fascinating things. Chemistry, something I can't get enough of. I enjoy these disciplines, and one of the greatest things about them is the way they treat truth itself. In that somebody could say, well, I have a truth, or I've come to understand something to be true, but then you'll hear this wave. It'll sound like a wave of responses of, where's your evidence? What is the evidence of this truth? And within science, that becomes something key to the discipline. Is anything that's said within science must be accompanied by the evidence to be able to show, yes, what I am in fact saying is true. And very thick papers will be written simply on very, very small details, simply to say something like the human cell. Here's something that we discovered about the human cell, and here's a paper this big of all the different research that went into understanding just this one aspect of why are human cells shaped the way they are. Yeah. But what's being shown here, all this data that gets collected, there's something important that they're looking for. And that's when you have, say, you got a lab over here working on one point, and you have another lab here working on that same thing, and they collect all their data, they'll compare them, and what they're looking for is a consensus, basically saying, what are the things that we've discovered that coincide with each other, or the discoveries that we've made that are exactly the same. For a simple point, say this lab here studying water says, oh, water's wet. Over here in this lab, they said, well, we also found by our studies that water is also wet. So the conclusion that they can reach is to say, our consensus is water is wet by our research. Of course, I'm very oversimplifying it. So when we come to religion, my personal opinion and perspective is that all religion stems from truth itself, that all religions have seen or gotten the flavor of truth. It's something that's been there, it's something that's been revealed, it's been tested through time, and most importantly, it's been recorded in scriptures. And today we have many people who study these scriptures diligently, daily, discussing them, understanding them. And it's by this work that we're seeing that truth is being discovered. This is that work of people discovering what is true. But the issue is, of course, since I established earlier that we're all born into a world not knowing this truth, we're all born into a world that's not fully understanding truth. And that's why we go to the different religions. And this is why we have different religions. One religion has maybe seen one aspect of God, and that's where all their teachings come from. Another religion has seen another aspect of God, and that's what has shaped all their teachings. There's a great, I believe I heard it from a Hindu religious panelist who talked about a story of I think it was about 5 blind men, and they are looking at an elephant. But of course, if you're blind, you're of course using your hands, and one person is grabbing the leg and saying, "Oh, well, this must be a tree. Look at this. This is almost exactly like a tree." Or somebody who's maybe touching the trunk of the elephant, being, "Well, this must be a serpent because this thing moves like a serpent." And yet another holding the ear, saying, "Well, this must be paper because look at how thin and wavy this is." But the reality is all these 5 blind people are in fact looking at the same creature. This is one creature that we could say, "Oh, this is an elephant," if you couldn't see it all from my perspective. But unfortunately, that is our perspective. We are like these blind individuals. We're born not knowing, not understanding, and all we can do is to really feel what it is that we're working with right in front of us. And I think that's where a lot of the any contradictions may occur, where people say, "Well, this thing that we're studying, it's far too thick to be paper," while another person says, "Well, it's far too thin to be a tree. How can this possibly be?" Oh, maybe there is something in between. So coming back to this idea of the consensus, this is where the work of HWPL comes in. The Heavenly Culture, World Peace, Restoration of Light, which I've had the honor of working with since its creation in 2013. I started doing the Warp office as a moderator. That's the World Religions of Alliance for Peace. I've had this excellent position as a moderator, being able to moderate different religious leaders as they attend representing their religions, and we ask from very simple to very complex questions. Oftentimes, things along the lines of, "Where is God? Why can't we see God? What is the shape of the human soul? What are some important traditions? How do we understand righteousness versus non-righteousness?" Like, we will ask these questions, and we're not setting out to establish one point over another. What it is we're looking for is that consensus between the different religious leaders. And of course, what I'm talking about here is we're looking for the truth that's being represented by all the different religions. Because if you got, say, three religions from 3 different places in the world, and we get these religious leaders to meet together and they begin discussing their religions peacefully, of course, there is a consensus that can be found amongst what's being said. Oftentimes, some of the very simple points we see is, well, to say peace, world of peace. Peace is something that we see in all religions. All religions say, well, we must have peace. We must have kindness and goodwill towards our neighbors. We must live harmoniously with the people around us. When we look at that, we'd say, well, is this really man's idea? Is this an idea that we simply came up with on our own? Sure, there's good aspects to it, but this must be something coming from a higher place if all these religions can agree on this one point, that there must be peace. This is a point that I learned. Now, coming from a Christian background, I would never have learned this from Christianity. I learned this while working in the Warp office. Some of our Sikh representatives, in giving their answer, they use this interesting word I had to ask about, and it's the word hukum. And hukum is an extraordinarily powerful word, because it's not something simply pertaining to one religion. Hukum is the idea of the divine will of God being shown through all things. Really, when we look at 2 different religions and we see something that they have in common, something that they hold dearly in common, this is something that we could say, well, this must be hukum. This must be God's divine will. we could see that something like peace, well, this must be hukum, because we see it being represented, whether it's Hinduism, Christianity, Catholicism, Judaism, Islam, all these religions. There are denominations and people within them that all can agree and point to the scriptures and say, yes, we can verify that God wants a world of peace. And this is one of the greatest things that I believe HWPL has been able to accomplish, is to be able to have many, many, many of these conversations. And we will continue to have these conversations where we meet with different religious experts to be able to compare the scriptures together to find what this truth is. And I saw some questions there, people asking, well, what is truth? And I think that's an excellent question to begin coming to, to be able to ask, where can we begin finding this concept of truth? Well, ultimately, it's going to come from God. And if it's coming from God, that means it must be something that people can see, people can hear. Where is that? Well, the best place is the scriptures, because we can see the scriptures. They've come from this long, long line of history, of tradition, of teaching, and there's time-tested things to be able to understand. But where the complication there is not all scriptures speak to all people. That's probably the greatest limitation. Since I grew up in a Pentecostal household, one of the main tenets of Pentecostalism is that, well, we're right and everybody else is wrong. And stop me if that's a new one. We of course have probably heard this many times. Say, oh, well, it's okay, we're right, and everybody else is wrong. And this is one of the greatest struggles I had growing up, was to be able to come to this conclusion, to be able to decide what I've been taught my whole life, was it actually fully the truth? And once I started asking questions, I began to realize, okay, well, we have a lot of truth, we have a lot of good points, but do we have it all? And that conclusion I had to reach myself. Nobody could tell me it, but I had to reach it myself and say, I've come to understand that what I've grown up to believe and understand is not everything there is to understand. I've been given a small perspective. I've been hanging out with the blind men, holding onto the leg of the elephant and being told, well, it's a tree, my whole life. Well, what did I have to do? Well, I had to go out and begin meeting people with a different perspective and being able to understand, saying, well, what are these things that are common? Say one person who's grabbing that leg of the elephant saying, well, it's covered it feels like flesh, it feels like skin. And as I go around and talk to the different people, say something in the trunk, say, oh yeah, there's skin on this. Or the person holding the ears, yes, it does feel very, very flesh, like it's got flesh to it. With that, I could look at it and say, well, the consensus is everybody holding this mystery item here, this mystery creature, they've all concluded that there is this flesh element to it, so it must have flesh all around it. We've come to a conclusion where we can say, here's something that we can understand. Here's something that we all have in common, regardless of our experience, regardless of what we're seeing in front of us. Here's something that we can understand together. And that's ultimately the concept behind creating peace, is to create a culture where we can begin discussing religions and begin understanding. And I'll tell our panelists, this isn't to try to prove anybody else wrong or to try to prove who's right. It's actually more so that we can understand other people's scriptures, but also to understand my own scriptures. Now, I've never strayed away from the Bible being my source of understanding the scriptures itself. Being born and raised Christian, that makes perfect sense. But in hearing other people's descriptions, other people speaking of their religions, I begin to understand the Bible that much more. I was able to begin understanding it in ways that I'd never thought previously. And I think this is something very important for those that participate in religious discussion is, maybe somebody else, even though they come from a different part of the world, they have a different culture, different language, different everything. A perspective I like to try to take is say, maybe they know something I don't know. And I wish to find that out, because what I don't know, well, that's actually something I'm missing. That's something that I need fixed in myself. Another motto I've come to live by is to say, well, I'm seeking to become the best student, not the best teacher. Because somebody seeking to become the best teacher, well, they might just be doing it for their own glory because they want the best. Whereas if I could become the best student, the best servant, well, ultimately the best teachers were the best students. And that's something that I've tried to take as my own practice in working with HWPL. Every time I sit down to meet with our panelists, and Hitesh will know because Hitesh has participated with us, to be able to say, yeah, I'm there to learn from these panelists. And there's been even times where in my summaries, I've been firmly corrected by a panelist, to which I simply say, thank you. That was something I didn't know. That was something I was missing. And now I understand that so much better, and I can relate to everything that you're saying. So this of course, that's the work of peace. I'm just going through some of my points here. I'm not sure how much longer you would like me to go on here. I can maybe take questions.
7-8 more minutes, or if you want, we can open the questions to the audience.
Yeah, sure. Well, let's do some questions.
Okay. So, audience, you can ask questions to Daniel directly by raising your hands. I will unmute you, and then you can ask your question. And if in 30 seconds you don't ask, then I will ask.
Yeah, if there's no questions, I have many more points. I've just been sort of via tangent, kind of working my way through all the talking points I prepared.
Let's continue the session for 5 more minutes. In the meantime, people will be ready with their questions.
Certainly. Well, there was one thing I wanted to talk about quickly, and this comes from the Bible itself. And I'm not sure how familiar people will be with this story, but there's a story of the Tower of Babel, where it was humanity was trying to build a tower that reaches up to heaven, and they were doing it for their own reasons. They wanted to make a name for themselves, and it says, well, God saw this, and God came down and he confused their speech. So all of a sudden they couldn't understand each other, and it caused them to scatter throughout the whole earth. And an interesting point of that was, well, why did God cause that? It was because the people were not working with God's purpose in mind. They were working with their own purpose, and the things they were building on were their own. And really it works as an illustration for humanity's efforts to try to reach that highest place, to try to reach heaven, is humanity trying to build this tower, but of course it crumbles because they're no longer able to work together. But there's a key point in that, and I'll just read this verse really quickly. It comes from Genesis chapter 11, verse 6. It says, the Lord said, if as one people speaking the same language, they've begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. So that's God saying that in verse 6, saying, well, if they work together, then nothing they do will be impossible. And I believe that. I believe that is God's opinion about us. Say, if we can work together, if we can summon our will to work together as one, we can accomplish anything. And that includes a golden era that we're talking about today. Okay, I see we do have some questions.
Yes, so first question is from my colleague Garima Vermaji. So Garima ji, please ask your question.
Where do you see through your initiatives and your understanding of the golden age and the way you have unfolded your journey in front of all of us? I wanted to understand where you see 10 years from now and 20 years from now, specifically these two milestones in terms of the transformation you have envisioned for the world through your initiatives like HWPL and Warp Both and the human being that you are?
That's an excellent question. Excellent question. Thank you so much. Of course, looking at the future is probably one of the biggest things. One of the things that the HWPL chairman, Lee Man-hee, has said is one of the things that we want to pass on to the future generations is a world of peace. And that if we can create a world of peace, that would be greater than any technology. It'd be greater than any financial kingdom that we could build or any emperor we could build. A world of peace would be the greatest thing to pass on to the future generations, because that's something they can enjoy and benefit from mostly. So in the next 10 years, well, I want to say I have an optimistic perspective, but I also have a very realistic one as well. And it's not going to be short of work. That's probably my best way to say it. What will we be doing? We will be working. We will be working to create a world of peace, but maybe it will be a much bigger work than simply what we're doing right now. Thank you for asking that too. It reminds me of a point I was thinking of in preparing for this, and that is this work is something that we need to continue to do. Even when a world of peace is established, we'll continue to meet. We'll continue to work to make sure that peace can remain established. And these are some of the things that I think anybody setting out on this journey to do is to say, well, this is a lifelong journey, and we're going to work on this for as long as we're alive. So in 10 years, I imagine myself still working for the work of peace, and maybe there'll be more peace in the world. And I think if we were to measure in all the eras that have come in human history, as far as we could tell, I believe in this current era right now, there's more peace in the world. There's more people working together for the work of peace than there was, say, 100 years ago. Because, well, we can meet together like we are right now. And I think this is something that's most important for us, is that we continue to meet, that we continue to understand, and we continue to grow together. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. I'm really glad that you didn't speak about transforming the world in 20 years and partying after that. And you did mention that it's a continuous work, and we'll still be doing similar things in different ways in 10 or 20 or 30 years. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Garima. Who else wants to ask question? Okay, one question has come from Mr. Arundas. He says, if religion is God, then what is the first religion name?
That's an excellent question. One thing I'll clarify is to say, well, is religion and God, are they the same thing? Well, I would clarify that religion itself isn't God, although religion is in the pursuit of understanding God. God, I believe, is much higher. When I say truth, I believe that God and truth are inseparable from each other. But would I say that all God is truth? Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that. I would say truth is probably one aspect, one facet of God. And it's something that needs to be made known to us, right? And that's how we're able to begin knowing God, is through that work of religion. And I think this is the perspective that we need to take when we look at religion. We have a habit of wanting to make one religion and say, well, that is the best religion of them all, to which I think is a fair claim, but I think it's more helpful when we can say, well, how can I understand that religion best? If in fact what you have is the truth about God, then I need to understand that too. So how's the best way for us to do this? Well, I've grown up with my own religion and I believe it's right. Well, how can I understand your religion? Well, it requires that work of meeting and having these discussions. And one of the points that we talk about mostly in HWPL is just simply how short of time we have. We only have about an hour to discuss one topic amongst many religious leaders. And we would often say, if only we had more time, we could discuss this further. So how is religion pursuing God? Well, it pursues God because I believe religion has seen God. Religion has an understanding of God, and it's making known that work of God. But it's a path that we need to continue walking in order for us to fully see where it's going. And it's something I believe that we need to walk together as opposed to walking against each other. Because the purpose of religion, its benefits are meant for all of us, I believe. I hope that answers that question.
Yeah, very perfect. I'll take two more questions which have come to the chat box. One from Uma ji and one from Dr. Parmanan. So I'm combining both the questions. You can answer them in one go. We want peace, but how do we get it? And how can we identify God?
Okay, good thing we got the simple questions. Of course, those are enormous questions. And actually, I think it's interesting. I think the work to accomplish both of those, to be able to know God and to be able to create peace, is through religious dialogue. As the one question was asked, well, what do we see ourselves doing in 10 years? Well, having those discussions. I think as long as we can continue to meet and have these discussions between religious leaders to be able to gain deeper understanding from each other, gaining the benefit of each other's experience and knowledge, I think these are the things that are going to ultimately help create a world of peace. One of the biggest things I've learned to try to do is to gain an appreciation for the things that are different. There are many different things, and I think I haven't even seen half or even a quarter of all the different perspectives there are out there. But in everything I see, I hope to gain an appreciation of it. It's almost as though I'm a child on a holiday and I'm being given wrapped gifts. And I'm opening them very eagerly to say, well, what's this one got inside? What's this one got inside? And I feel that's what it's like meeting with different religious leaders to say, well, what am I going to learn from you today? What am I going to gain from our discussion? And I think if everybody can gain that kind of attitude when dealing in religious discussions, I think that's going to be something that's going to be most essential to discovering God and to understanding religion itself. And that's something that changes with us. We have to decide to make that decision. We need to decide to say, I want to work for peace. I want to do it peacefully. And I want to gain an understanding, even if it challenges my current understanding. But I wish to understand further. And that ultimately, when we say HWPL, Heavenly Culture, World Peace, Restoration of Life, that heavenly culture, that's what we're talking about, is that culture of being able to discuss peacefully. We're creating a culture where we can have these discussions. And the model that's drawn from that is how life comes from the heavens, right? We get light, air, rain, all these things that are essential for us to have life. That is something that heaven gives freely to us. And in the same way, that understanding of religion is something that we see being given freely as well. It's just we need to work to collect it. We need to work to cultivate it. And that's what we're going to see happen. I hope that helps answer that question. It was a very large question. I feel like I haven't even delved into the surface of that one. But I hope that helps answer that question.
Yes, we definitely need more time from you to answer the questions from various people. And it's really wonderful. You have shown, you have shared a wonderful insight by, like we have all seen, by Daniel Sinclair on the subject of creating the golden age, which is also called as Swarna Yug and Satyug in Hinduism, and as Dore Haq in Islam. So all the religions try to say the same thing in their own way. Ultimately, we all need to arrive at understanding the universe as is, instead of seeing it from our perception due to ignorance with which we are born with. It is a constant endeavor that all of us need to embark on. I have started working with Daniel in interreligious discussion through the World Alliance of Religion and Peace, which we call as WARP office in short, since few months now, where Daniel is playing the role of an excellent moderator. So this is a wonderful opportunity to reverse the roles today. So you have been the speaker and I am playing the role of a moderator. So such peer-to-peer, such discussions, role plays, religious discussion, all of these are required to connect people back to each other so that the underlying oneness with which we are designed with comes to surface. So it is time that we should bring it together, and especially the technological evolution that has happened since last few decades is helping us come closer to each other while sitting at our own homes. So it is it can act as a catalyst for all of us to connect together and become one family. So thanks a lot, Daniel. We look forward to have a dedicated session with you in future through our another format, which we call as PYP Talks. So in PYP Talks, we invite only one person and give enough time to the person and then several questions directly pointed to the person. Thanks a lot, Daniel. Looking forward to see you again. And I request you to attend the sessions of other speakers as well, as much as possible for you in your scheduled time. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so what a wonderful insight. And with this, let us now move forward with our second speaker of the day.
It's an honor to invite our second speaker of the day, Mr. Ali Mehdi. Mr. Ali is working as the Vice President of Congress Party in Delhi and is also a practicing advocate at the Supreme Court of India and High Court of Delhi. He is also the additional standing counsel for Municipal Corporation of Delhi and panel counsel for Delhi State Industrial and Infrastructure Development Corporation, Government of Delhi. He is practicing as an advocate for over 13 years and has worked on several high-profile cases. He had contested MLA election from Mustafabad constituency in Delhi in 2020 assembly elections. He's also heading a national-level NGO, Al Kalam Foundation, which works for communal harmony, women's safety, environment, and education. For the last 15 years, on the occasion of Kawad Jal Yatra, he has been organizing a Hindu-Muslim Kawad Shivir, which is the biggest example of communal harmony. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our second speaker of the day, Mr. Ali Mehdi, and hear his views on the Golden Age ecosystem. Welcome, Ali ji.
Welcome, Ali. Welcome.
First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Hitesh Chandelji, who's an extremely nice personality, and I have on many occasions I've spoken to him, and his views for the world is really different, and the way he speaks is really inspiring, and I always look up to him when it comes to a new world system and some inspirational things. And I would like to thank Ms. Garima Verma as well, and thanks for the introduction, Garima ji. I was listening to the speaker, Mr. Daniel, and right now I would like to speak on human nature. As Mr. Hitesh Chandelji, he always talk about self-realization and self-actualization. I believe self-realization and self-actualization will not come as a truth until unless we won't understand about human nature, the basic human nature. The laws of human nature are very important to understand, because in this world where we are, where technology has taken over everything, and I believe, because I would like to tell you about COVID. During COVID time, also after COVID, from 2020, this time, the world has changed drastically, I believe, because initially I remember before COVID, world was different, and after COVID, the world is completely different. And hopefully, everything and everyone should be fine. But in coming years, we don't know what kind of a pandemic or what kind of a situation can come. we should be prepared for that. But I believe that after COVID, we have changed as human beings, because I have seen, I was on road during COVID time. You talk about COVID 1 or COVID 2. During COVID 1, I know I was on road, I was in the hospital trying to help people around, and I've seen what the situation on the road was really, which can't be explained. I don't have words to explain what kind of a situation and what kind of a scenes I have seen from my naked eyes. So I have seen that people have changed drastically, and we should, because us who are present here, they have lost someone from our friend circle or the family who died because of COVID. So we have understood that the human nature and being humanitarian is very important. And I must say this very bluntly, that that God has shown us the right path after COVID, that how you have to respond to humanity. So for that, we have to consider human nature very minutely, because everyone is different. A child coming from a mother's womb, like three brothers coming from one mother womb, they are different. They are different. So the nature is different. So we should understand the human nature. That is very important. And self-actualization depends on that, which I believe. And you have to change yourself. First of all, there are people who say that if I'll say, as Ali Mehdi, I'll say that I will change this world. That's a fake statement, if according to me. Because as Ali Mehdi, I have to change myself first. I have to change my nature, which is creating hurdle for the world. I have to change myself, which is creating problem for the world. That is self-actualization, which I have, like talking to Mr. Hitesh Chandel, what he said, and what I have gone through books and through internet, and I being in the practice as a legal professional, or in my school, in my college, what I have seen, what I have realized, that self-actualization is basically to change yourself, or to actually understand what you are. If I will not understand about myself, if I'll not be aware of myself, then what actually I am, who I am, why I am here. So everyone, according to me, everyone should ask questions to oneself, that why I'm here, how I have been created, and why I have been created. There are different people in the world. Everyone has different aspect. Everyone have different way of living, different work to do. So what's my work? If I sit down and meditate quietly and ask myself that why I'm in this world, so I believe my subconscious mind will give me the right answer. And that's what we have to understand the world. Once we'll realize that why we are here in this world, and what is our objective, I believe then only we'll realize that what world is giving us. There are incidences when I'm upset, when I'm not feeling good, then I see world as it's not a good place to live in. And the moment I'm happy, the moment I'm excited, then I feel that the world is the best place to live. So the scenario, the world is the same. The world is same. It's all about my nature, my inner beliefs, my inner self, which continuously changes. That's why how we see the world. I request Mr. Hitesh Chandel also, because the way he's working, and all the distinguished guests here, all the speakers and the moderators here, you are from a very good background, and that's why you are here. And I feel proud to be the part of this project. Once again, I thank you, Mr. Chandel, that you selected me. To speak in front of such legendary people. So there are so many people who are so intelligent. Everyone is. So I feel proud to be the part of this project, first of all. And I request you all, we should come up with, and we should, this self-actualization leadership development program, that SALDP, on YouTube, I was listening to Mr. Hitesh, the concept which he's coming up with. I believe that this concept should go to each and every person of this country, of the world. and how we can be the part of this concept that we have to look up to. And since first we have to really understand what exactly it is, then we'll go to the people and tell them about this project. And I believe this project, through this global summit, and through this golden age project, we can try to change this world. Because as you know, there are so many negative things going on around, and if you see the news, if you see social media, there are many negative things going around. So first of all, we have to change ourselves. We have to realize that what we are looking up to, what we are listening, what actually is there. Because I believe these news, these social media thing is all fake, and they are being implemented on us. They are being made to actually ruin our mind, to actually make our mind immune of all the positive things which are going around. So I was talking about the COVID time. I have realized that how humanity was working for each and every person. There were people, they were not thinking about their lives. They were not thinking about their near and dear one's life, and they were helping people. There were people who were from poor background, who were from very middle-aged background. I don't know. There like the people whom they have helped, they would never have met them otherwise. But they went to their places. They went with medicines, with oxygen cylinders, with many things, with foods. I salute those people. They were the corona warriors, and they were the warriors of humanity. So I believe this one incident, one time which God has shown us, the world was actually stopped. Everything stopped. And then people from different community, different caste, different religion, different creed, different color, they came together and helped the people around them, irrespective of their religion, caste, creed, and color. It was only human to human help which was being given. I believe keeping that particular time in mind, we should work for a coming years. I don't know what is coming. All of us don't know what is coming ahead. We are not aware about anything which can come ahead. So we should be prepared. And I believe this self-actualization is the best thing to not only change the world, but also to fight for the coming disaster which can come, to fight for the coming, coming things which can come to us, which is like corona or anything like that sort. So I was talking about the human nature. See, I'm reading books nowadays. So I've come across a very good therapy, which I have also gone through internet and through meditation. That is our inner child healing therapy. See, I believe somebody told me, one of my very dear friend, I was having some problems with few things in my life. And one of my very dear friend told me that there is something which happened during our childhood. And so that's why our nature got sometime positive, sometime negative. So I, scrolled about this inner child healing therapy. So I went to so many YouTube channels. And during that meditation for inner child healing therapy, you believe me or not, but after doing this inner child therapy for like 7 days, my inner self transformed like it was a magic basically. I thought that there was few things which was blocking my nature, which was blocking many positive things in me, because those were the things which was being hammered during my childhood. There was one of my nature, which was since my childhood, that was actually, creating a problem for me. So I went through that, and now things have changed and moving in a positive direction. Though I'm actually, I'm trying to do it daily, or not daily, but then at least thrice a week. So this is one thing which I'm just telling, the people here, I'm sharing my views, because self-realization is what you have to realize, that what actually is going inside. And I believe once you change yourself, once you are changed, then you see the world changing. As we say, Vasudevayam Kutum. What is that? It's all about the world is one. And when we feel world is one, when we are actually focused, when we are actually one from inside. I believe the whole world is my family, and actually that is, as if I say from Muslim community, and I must say about what the Holy Quran has taught us. In Holy Quran, it is written that all are the children of Hazrat Adam alayhi salam. Adam. I mean, there are different concepts in different religion, but I'm just saying, what does that mean? If we are the children of Adam, so all of us are actually related to each other. That's what one world, one relation is. So we actually believe in that, and realizing that, we should come together and see how we can change the world, changing ourselves. First, we have to change ourselves. Then we how to transform the basic human force into more positive and productive, so that we are no longer passive slave to the human nature, but actively transforming it. That is what is important. It's because human nature moves us like pawn. We are actually moving as our nature demands us. If I don't like something, I'm not going there. If I like something, I go there. So it's like there should be, we should come up with some concept, in which is one, and through which we can go forward. And I would like to understand this from Mr. Hitesh and other speakers also, that how should we transform ourselves? That is very important. See, planting a tree and talking about environment, that is a very good thing. But environment is outside. What about our inner environment? What about our inner self? Until and unless we are not transformed from within, we can't transform the environment. We can't according to me, I believe this, we can't transform anything until and unless we are not transforming ourselves. And it is human. One human, through his mind, through his nature, he becomes a bad character. And one person, through his mind and through his nature, he become a very good person. So it's about your nature, it's about your mindset. So I believe we have to change the mindset to look up, like looking the world around. We have to change the mindset for ourselves. And once we'll change the mindset, I believe the world will change for ourselves. First of all, if world for ourselves will change, we realize that what actually world was made for, what actually we are here for, then I believe we can transform many people around. We can inspire many people around. You see, there are so many, authors, so many big people which in the history, they have transformed our lives and the life of the people around. But first of all, they have transformed themselves. They were the people who actually transformed themselves. Then only they'll be able to transform the other lot. So I believe that world is changing on a daily basis. Now we are moving with the AI tools. So I believe that the world is changing drastically. And like if I talk about 10 years before, I was thinking about a phone through which we can have a conversation through video calling, like we are doing right now. So it was, if somebody told me when I was in school, yeah, we'll talk to someone on phone, through video calling. So I was like, what are you saying? But now it's not taking 5 years, 6 years to change technology, to change the world, but it's very fast. The world is changing very, very, very fast. So we also have to change ourselves, quickly, very quickly, and we should realize that what actually going on around and inside. Once we'll realize that what is going inside, then we'll be able to change the world, and that is deep rooted. That is deep rooted.
So can you put some more light on this inner child concept?
See, I have just started it. I'm not very old in this. I've started it because I was scrolling the internet, and I've come across this inner child healing therapy. Basically, you just have to close your eyes, and you have to do some deep breathing, and breathing in and breathing out. Then there is a voice from that the person who's teaching you. He takes you to the journey of your childhood. So he tells you, or she tells you, that there is a room which is which is vacant, and there is one child who looks like you, your childhood. He's standing there and he's just, he's afraid, or he's crying, and you just touch him and tell him that I'm with you. Because things happened in our childhood when we are actually alone. No one was there to actually understand us. Because I am also a parent, so I understand. Sometimes my kid tell me that I have some pain, and so I tell him, "Arey, nahi, school jaane ke liye bahana kar raha hoga." So it happens, it happens with all of us. But sometimes, I won't say that any parent is wrong. कोई माँ बाप गलत नहीं होते. No parent is wrong. If they are telling us to go to school and no, you are lying and all that stuff, because they are telling for us. And normally it's a belief, and that's a wrong belief system with us, with the parents also. That बच्चा तो झूठ ही बोलेगा अपने स्कूल ना जाने के लिए. I mean, I believe that this is a wrong belief system which is inbuilt in us. So because of that wrong belief system, what happens is, like during our childhood, if I say something to my mother or my father कि मुझे आज ये नहीं करना, and they scold me out of love. But somewhere down the line, somewhere inside, I'm really hurt. And because of that particular thing, I'm talking to myself and I'm saying कि नहीं मैं तो बहुत बुरा हूँ और सब मुझे नफरत करते हैं, सब मुझे ही करते हैं. And that goes on. I mean, that part is gone. But when I'm coming to my youth, when I'm attaining, after getting married and then children and all that, but that particular thing is inside me, and that particular thing comes out when I face some problems. That has to come, because I have seen that if you have some problem during your childhood days, then those particular things will pop up once you face some problem, or you are in some anxiety issues, you are in any problem, any sort of problem you're facing, that particular nature will pop up. That's 100%, verified by, at least by me, and I've seen people around. So I request all that it is stored in subconscious mind. Actually, it is there. It is stored in your subconscious mind, and we have to heal that subconscious mind, that inner child. And once we heal that, once we tell that inner child, our subconscious mind, through that meditation, that yeah, it's okay. You were alone that time, but now you're not alone. I'm with you. I'm the person who will take care of you. I'm the person who's with you. I'm the person who's taking care of everything. You don't worry. And I'm telling you, Hiteshji, I have seen changes in 7 days. I mean, I was feeling confident about that particular thing. I mean, it's not that I'm not confident or I can't speak or whatever it is, but somewhere down the line, somewhere inside, there is that choti si problem jisko bolte hain. And that problem create many hurdles that can't be explained. Actually, it is different with everyone, with you, with everyone around. So I believe that particular problem, that is a very big hurdle for you in your life. So I think that eliminating that by healing your inner child is a good concept. And I request all, if you people can go through it, like on YouTube, sure. Inner child healing, that will help you.
Surely. Thanks a lot for this additional information about this concept. There are so many new questions have come up. Can you share about your political journey, how you started this amazing journey, and what motivated you always? And to add to this, one more question related to politics has come from Mr. Kailash B. Ashar. He is asking, Aliji, could you tell us how political organizations could contribute to build a golden age ecosystem?
Okay. So first of all, I'll start with my political journey, and then I'll come to the second question. Sir, I have started like my political career as a student politician, student activist. I was in DPS Mathura Road School, so I did my schooling from there. In 2002, I completed my schooling. Then I got enrolled in Delhi University, like in BCom. So since 2002, I've started my political journey as a student activist. So once you are in Delhi University, so there were like university elections used to come, and I got attracted to the student politics, and to actually I was working for the students' right. There were many things. I mean, right now I don't think so. There are so many problems which are faced by students as it was faced like 20 years before. people can relate with me over here. So 20 years before, there were many problems going on with the student rights, talking about the buses, talking about the, the courses, or ragging and many things. So I was working for that sort. So I'm a part of Congress party. So there was a student unit of Congress party that's called National Student Union of India, NSUI. So I started my political journey from that NSUI thing. I was the vice president of the North Campus region. Then I became the general secretary of the Delhi state of the NSUI, where we have to organize the programs related to students. And then I went from Delhi University, then I went to Mumbai Government Law College, which is one of the oldest college in Asia. And like Nani S. Palkiwala and all these legendary people they have done their LLB from there. So I did my LLB, Bachelor's of Law, from that prestigious college. I'm really feel very proud to be the part of that. And one more thing I would like to tell you all, that in 1951, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was the principal of that college. So it's like it's a moment of proud for me that I'm also an alumni of that prestigious institute. So there I have started with the membership drive, which was started with our honorable ex-Congress president, Mr. Rahul Gandhi. So he has come up with a concept like, initially there was a concept that only people can join politics or student or youth politics through nomination. But it was Mr. Rahul Gandhi who started that no, it's not it should not be through nomination, but people from all across the country should join our organization, student and youth wing, through elected process, through membership. People who can do more and more membership and can it's an open election for all. Anybody and everybody from everywhere can come and contest. So I started that particular movement in Mumbai with my college, and then on and on it happened. Then I was in Youth Congress. I was the general secretary of Youth Congress, and it started like that. Then I became the chairman of the minority department of Congress party, where there are 6 communities in minority, as you all know. So I was heading that department for Delhi. So I was involved. I must tell you one thing more, that in 2000 and 2000, I believe 2014 or 15, during Ramzan, during the fasting month. So we have organized a Roza Iftar inside the premises of Gurdwara, which was the first ever happened in the history of India. I mean, there are many examples where Sikh brothers or Hindu brothers have organized Roza Iftar for the Muslim brothers, but not in the premises of a temple or a Gurdwara. But that was the first time when in Delhi, in Rajouri Garden, there was one Gurdwara there, Gurdwara Guru Nanak Satsang Sabha. So we have organized a Roza Iftar for the Muslim brothers by the Sikh brothers. I mean, I salute my Sikh brothers, and there were Hindu brothers also who actually organized that Roza Iftar for the Muslim brothers there. So then I was the minority department chairman for 7 years, and my constituency from where I contest election. My father was also MLA. He was also the MLA from Delhi for 2 times, and he was the chairman of Delhi State Industrial Development Corporation and Hajj Committee of India and all that stuff. So his constituency from where I contested this time is Mustafabad Vidhan Sabha. And I must tell you one thing more about that constituency. As I told Mr. Hitesh also, that was the area where in 2020 Delhi riots erupted. That was the epicenter of the Delhi riots. And for your information, the local MLA and the people there, like the politician there, they didn't come to help the people, though I lost the election. But I and my team, whole team, were the first one to come there and help people in terms of food, in terms of anything what they needed, and irrespective of religion. I mean, it was not for the particular religion, but everyone. And what I organized in after the riots, like within 2 months, I've organized a Hindu-Muslim Ekta Sammelan in Shiv Vihar, which was the most terribly affected area during Delhi riots. I organized a Hindu-Muslim Ekta Sammelan where I called the Maulanas and the Pandits, and I requested them to please, shake hands and just be brothers again. Even the police department of that particular area called me and they told me that if we were not able to do this, how did you? I told them that you have to be that much. You have to actually do that self-actualization and self realization to do this. You have to transform love. People are there to love you. People are there to listen to you. But it is up to you that how you actually tackle the situation. So I did that, and for the last 15 years, we have been organizing, as told by Ms. Garima, the Kavad Shivar. As you know about the Kavad, the people Kavadiya who get the holy water from Uttarakhand, and they go to their respective villages and their areas. So they move from that particular area, which is called Yamuna Vihar, which is my constituency, and I've been organizing this Hindu-Muslim Ekta Kavad camp for last 15 years. And you'll be astonished to know, because media won't show this, but I'm telling you, there are only Muslim volunteers inside. All the Muslim volunteers who are working and who are actually, working for the Kavadiyas there, they welcome Kavadiyas. They tell them to lie down. They give them food, और उनके जख्मों पर मरहम तक वो लगाते हैं. I mean, and the doctors are all the doctors. Maximum doctors are Muslims there, and they request Kavadiyas like this कि please आप आइए अपना पैर दीजिए, हम इन पैरों को धोते हैं. See, this is what we call the Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb of our country. The Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, the Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai culture of this country. And I believe the constitution of this country and everything of this country is based on the Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb. As Vasudevai Kutumb, if you call it Vasudevai Kutumb, if you called it Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, it's all similar. So I personally believe in this because my parents have taught me this. I don't know, since my childhood, I know that Diwali, Eid, Dashera, Holi, all were celebrated in my house. All were celebrated. I didn't know what Hindu Muslim was. And I feel very bad. When I see people fighting for religion. Why? We are humans. Every religion teaches positive things. And I am telling this with my experience. There must be differences. To eradicate those differences, we should come up together with all 99% positive things which every religion teaches. I must tell you one thing about the Holy Quran. In Holy Quran, it is written categorically, a person who kills one human, he kills the whole humanity. And the person who saved one human, he saved the whole humanity. So I believe in that Quran, I believe in that religion, which teaches me about humanity, which teaches me about to love the other human. There can be differences. There are differences in different religions. But why to look only up to the negative things or only up to the different differences? We should look to the positive aspect. So my political journey is dependent on that particular thing, where the constituency from where I contested. Though I lost the election in 2020 assembly election, but now also I'm connected with my people. They love me. And for your information, I must tell you, the Congress in this municipal corporation elections have won 9 seats. 2 of them are from my constituency. And one of my corporators just lost by 150 votes. So you can understand, after Delhi riots erupted, now people have realized that no, it's not about I'm from a particular party. It's about that, yeah, people love you being as you are, what you're doing for them. So they told me, my constituents told me that whatever we are voting for, we are voting for you. We are voting since you have done good work. So I'm really very thankful to all of them. And I give this message to every party, every person around me, that please don't fight on religion. This is the worst thing which we can do. If you're fighting on personal issues, that is adjustable. But fighting for religion, which is telling you only the truth. I mean, I don't believe that any religion teaches you to fight, first of all. So right now I'm the vice president of the Delhi Congress. I've been practicing law for like 13 years. I'm the additional standing counsel for Municipal Corporation of Delhi, and I'm also the member of the disciplinary committee of Bar Council of Delhi. So there also I'm working, and I'm doing some I'm giving legal aid to the people who are actually, who are behind bars during that riot, during Delhi riots, who are not culprits actually. So we are doing things like this and need blessings from all of you. Please bless me and remember me in your prayers, that all of us should work for the humanity. All of us should work to make India the best country in this world. I'm so proud of my country. I believe that this is the best country. And if there is, I believe that if I die, I'm somewhere down the line, if I come again as a Atma. So I should be born in this country again, because I love this country. This is the best country where every kind of language you can see, every kind of people you can see, and love is everywhere. It's just you have to transform yourself and see that love is around. So you'll see the love. And India is the country who teaches love to the world, who teaches love to everyone. But the problem is that we as an Indian are not realizing that how lovely we are, and how we teach love to everyone. So like, this is my submission. Thanks a lot for listening to me. I mean, my emotions come out, and that's what I am. I haven't written my speech or something like that, but since you have asked me to do so, things, looking at you people, so lovely people around here, so things are coming from within. And that's what I believe, that we should love each other, respect each other, that we can make India the prosperous country, and we can make world a good place to live in.
Just one question I have out of curiosity is that, let's say a person wants to go on a mission to do some world transformational work, and he understands that, yes, I have to first organize myself, work on myself, heal myself, love myself, understand myself and my mental patterns, my heart, my emotions, everything. But if that takes too long, let's say, then is he not delaying the main mission of his life, which is transforming the world? So how can we do this parallelly, in a way that we're working on ourselves along with the work that we want to do with the world? Or shall we do one and then the other only? What do you suggest?
Garimaji, see, rightly, your question is really very good. And I would like to answer this in what you were saying. Why I was telling you about self-realization, because self-realization, and until and unless you not understand your inner self, I don't think so. Whosoever and whatsoever talks to you, that particular thing won't go inside, won't go to your soul. It'll come to you. You'll listen to them. You'll try to understand, but only trying to understand doesn't help. You actually have to understand it deeply and let it go inside your soul. Once I'm convinced that Miss Garima is telling me something, and I'm convinced from your particular thing emotionally, so then my force within now is many folds. So that will change drastically. So I believe you are right. It will take some time, and we don't have time. I completely agree with you. That's why I'm saying that more and more people like you and Hiteji should come forward, and we need trainers like you, who should transform, first of all, people around them. Then it's a chain. They should transform people around them as well, because until and unless I'm not convinced with what you are saying, how will I convince the person who's actually following me or who's attached to me? First of all, I have to convince myself. I have to feel emotionally with you and the things which you are saying, and it's not now very difficult at this point of time, when we are exposed to the internet, we are exposed to AI, in fact, and everything is everything is handy. So I believe a right person, right mentor is needed to tell you to actually transform you from inside, and things will be sorted.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So the journey is inward, outward, is what you're summing up with.
First inward, I believe. First inward, then it comes outward.
Yes. Dhanyavad. Thank you so much. Amazing. Very nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful, Aliji. And in fact, when I listened to you for first time during the summit where we met offline, I decided that day itself that we'll invite you as a speaker in one of our forums because
My pleasure. My pleasure.
yeah. So the thoughts that you shared there also were coming straight from the heart. And today also we have witnessed this again. And this is what is required to break the boundaries of these religions, countries, languages, and even political parties. And that's where Project YugParivartan wants to place itself and fill that gap. And the testimony of this fact is that in this summit itself, out of 18 speakers, 4 speakers are from different political parties. And people from various religions are also invited. We have covered almost every religion. Incidentally, we are waiting for somebody from Sikh community to also come as a speaker because ultimately golden age cannot be enjoyed alone.
Exactly.
What kind of golden age it would be if we have to enjoy this as a win over other people, right? It has to be a collective win, collective effort, and collective outcome and enjoyment. Then only we can call it as golden age. So it is very critical that people break these boundaries, and PYP considers people from all political parties as leadership talent of the country, whether they come from BJP or Congress or Aam Aadmi Party or any other political party. Ultimately, all these people who are in political parties have taken a very important decision in their life, which is to lead and serve and humanity and help solve their problems. Right. So all of these people, why to fight with each other? Why to compete with each other and waste our leadership bandwidth into that unnecessary competition? Why not collaborate? So this is how this PYP system is shaping up, wherein even people from different political parties, different religions can come together and bring forward their underlying oneness on the basis of which we all are designed by our common creator.
This platform which you have given me, I wanted to speak on many things, but now I'm focused on what I've actually spoken because I was going through all these things as I had a word with you and Garimaji as well, that how to transform yourself. Everything and anything can be transformed, but first, if you're not transformed from within, I believe nothing is going to help you.
Yes.
And we need a good mentor, as I said, like you,
Yes.
who can actually make us realize that first of all what we are going to do and what we are. So self actualization and realization is actually done by a good mentor, and I believe you're the best person for this, and who can actually teach us. And I'm happy to say this, that if you will be my teacher and I'll be your student, I'll be the most happiest person.
Thanks for these wonderful words. And in fact, we all learn from each other. So in a way, we all are students of each other as well as teachers to each other. And in fact, in our inner circle, we say that everyone's maximum potential is to become Vishwa Guru, which means the mentor of the entire world. And the key to become a Vishwa Guru lies in becoming a Vishwa Shishya. So unless a person has accepted himself as a student of the world, he cannot become Vishwa Guru. So it's very important that we all understand this, and somewhere this 4th role, because in any organizational development, all the 4 roles are important: worker, manager, leader, and mentor. But most of the organizations since last few centuries are working with only 3 roles: worker, manager, and leader. And it is high time that the mentor should jump into the ring, and till the time things become stable, they should also become part of the game, or you can say they should also play the game in addition to the job of a referee that they have been doing so far. So it is very critical for all of us to come together. And this is really very wonderful insight sharing by you, especially relating it to your own life. And this actually creates a personal and emotional bond, which we all need to connect with each other through. So I would like to thank you to join us for this PYP Global Summit 2023 as a distinct guest speaker. Despite your busy schedule, we all know that how much
I'm really thankful.
Busy work is there in politics. Since the day we first met, we could see a lot of frequency match towards making the world better together. So it is due to the collective efforts of all good thinking people only that the world could be brought back to the golden age for all. You are relating the COVID-induced lockdown and how people have come together is something on which each one of us must introspect.
Yeah.
If a virus can transfer from one human to another without doing any partiality, without thinking about caste, creed, religion, or country, then why can't the other features of this human machine, like love, compassion, and every good thing that we can think of, why can't it be transferred to each other in the similar manner? So if everyone starts speaking about the global golden age and contribute their bit in whatever way they can, we would definitely be able to achieve it, even if initially people may say and discredit it by saying that it is a utopian world, this is not practical and this can't happen, right? You must have heard about that. Never doubt us that a small group of people can change the world, because this is what has happened every time. Small group of people starting with a new vision and then promoting and propagating that vision, and ultimately karma banta gaya jaise bolte hain. So people join the vision and the change happens. And you also have mentioned about the technology. Yes, it is very much possible, because not only human beings, but technology can also act as a force multiplier and an exponential effect to spread the vision. So if we come together, we can definitely make it. Thanks a lot, Ali Mehdi ji. We will continue to work together. We'll invite you to talks also in future, and synergy will continue to
My pleasure, and thanks a lot everyone present here. Please remember me in your blessings and in your prayers, please.
Surely, Ali Mehdi ji, and we would request you to listen to other speakers also.
Surely, I'm here, surely.
Right, so thank you very much, Ali ji. We will look forward to seeing you in future forums also, especially the PYP talks, in which we will have one-to-one interaction, and we'll have a panel who would ask several questions, and our thoughts will come forward in front of the world that yes, there is an initiative which is breaking all the boundaries of the that we have artificially created between our hearts, right? So let us break all those boundaries. It's a wonderful session today by you, especially the part that came up after the deep questions were asked. That was really very, very enlightening. Thank you very much, Ali.
Namaskar. Thank you.
Okay, so this brings us to the time slot for the third speaker of the day, and for which I would like to invite Amit ji to come forward and introduce.
I'm pleased to invite our third speaker of the day of the summit, which is Dr. Biindu Khuraana. Dr. Biindu Khuraana is the first woman Numero-Vaastu consultant and Signalyst of India from Mumbai, Maharashtra, with an experience of about 14 grand years. She's a PhD, a gold medalist, and an author and a teacher. She talks about numbers, maths, calculations, placements, directions, brands, logos, and visiting cards. She has worked with about 50 plus builders, about 800 plus restaurants and hotels, and approximately 750 jewelers, 10 banks, and many more companies and brands. She has appeared in magazines such as Mother's Word, Today's Women, Wow, newspapers such as Mumbai Mirror, Mayapuri, Free Press Journal, Meri Saheli, India Today, and TV presentations on Astro Vani on Z, Amazon Flakes, Maharashtra web series regularly. Her clientele is from individuals and companies, from a newborn to a teenager, to a business or personal partnership, from company naming to factory or house vastu, to designing a logo or creating a visiting card, from car or mobiles numbers to naming brands and banks. She has done it all. She conducts regular national and international certified workshops. Her company's name is MAN, and she has been the winner of many awards like Nostradamus Awards in Bangkok, Bharat Bhushan Award in Delhi in 2019, Wow, ISHMA, Inspire, International Speakers Award, BNI's Achievement Certificates, Women with Substance, Special Achiever Awards, Woman of the Year, and many more. Oh yeah, many more. Her belief is destiny is now in our hands. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us join our hands together to welcome our third speaker of the day, Dr. Biindu Khuraana.
Sat Namaskar. I'm absolutely honored to be here. And it's a privilege being among such dignitaries. It's an absolute honor. Why? Because I had two wonderful speakers before me. And just like I feel that we are here to teach, we are also here to learn. By religion, I'm a Sikh. Sikh means seeker, a student for life. So we are constantly learning and teaching, and the Gyan never ends. Just like our topic today, our thoughts become our feelings. जो हम सोचते हैं, वो हम महसूस करते हैं. Our feelings become our words. जो हम महसूस करते हैं, वो हम कहते हैं. And our words become our actions. जो हम कहते हैं, वो हम करते हैं. And only then do our actions become our destiny. और वही हमारी किस्मत बन जाती है. And that's how it starts from a thought. सही सोचे, अच्छा सोचे. Always think of the right and the good. And that's the beginning of a change. What is change? Change is inevitable. Change is progress. Change is prosperity, and changing every decade, every year, every day, every month, every minute, and every second we are changing. And the moment we learn more about I, me, myself, how to better, I think the change is brilliant. That's one of our purposes of birth. If we idolize and understand, we have three purposes of birth. One is where we are absolutely trying to better ourselves in each and every way. Where each day we are better than what we were yesterday and 6 months back and a year. For this change, we are blessed by the Almighty with a lot of good connects. We have some talents. We have some wonderful people who help us do this. And that's how we have our learning lessons. We only become spiritual through loss of health, loss of wealth, and loss of loved one. And that's when we actually get connected to the Almighty or to the higher energy. It could be any faith. It could be absolutely any faith. You can call him by any name. You can call him your God, your Rabb, your Allah, your Krishna, your Ram, or a Guru. But whatever it is, that higher energy connects us when we are in pain. Our second purpose of birth is to actually find why we are born. So we are born, numerologically speaking, for 9 purposes. Which are these 9 purposes? So we are born to heal, we are born to lead, we are born to be independent, we are born to actually be successful. Sometimes we are born primarily just to serve. So if you have the example of Mother Teresa, she was born to serve. So you always start from the lowest. And if you're born to succeed, you are bound to have failures. If you're bound to heal, you will go through the pain. And if you're bound to be independent, you will have the most covered and secure life, which you have to break open and become independent. So being independent truly is physical, mental, emotional, financial, and spiritual. So these are the purposes of birth. We have to find in each lifetime we have a different purpose. And the third and the most important reason of our birth is to help others. And how do we help others? We help others through tan, man, or dhan. That is, physically we can help someone, we can help someone mentally, or we can help someone financially. So when you know what is your purpose of birth, you start walking on that path. And circumstances bring us into that, and that pathway becomes our destiny. I'm often asked this question, what is destiny? Kismat kya hai? I think that is a question that is a very, very common thing between all of us. So let me numerologically break it up and explain to you what is actually destiny. So 33% is our previous lifetimes, what we are born, to whom we are born, whom we marry, what children we have, the city, town, country we are born, the circumstances we have is something that is predestined. but that is just 33%. 33% is God's will. Uske kaha bagair patta bhi nahi hilta, which is the truth. But 33% is absolutely our will, our choice. What choices we make in life is absolutely equivalent. And these choices pave our way, which actually is called karma. So in short, what we have in our hand is 33%, but God always blesses you. So we are at a stage of 66, even if we don't have a good background or destiny or financial issue or physical ailments, we will always be at least 66%. So if you calculate it, 33 plus 33 plus 33, where do we reach? We reach at 99. But like a typical cricketer, a century is always made at 100. So where is that 1%? That 1% is where exactly is our sciences. So the occult sciences or the mind sciences are only at 1%, whether it is astrology or numerology or Vaastu or signature, or it's any form of Reiki or healing or chakra balancing, aura reading, anything that you round is just 1%. And that 1% actually makes it your century. So coming back to destiny, we can create our own destiny. That's why my logo and my motto in life is destiny is now in our hands. Because everything is in the now. It's not in the past and it's definitely not in the future. सब कुछ आज में, अभी में, इसी समय में है, इसी क्षण में है. So when we understand certain things, I had the privilege of listening to Mr. Daniel, and he spoke of one word, which is the word that I caught in his entire dialogue was the word of truth. So that's the exact thing. So when Guru Nanak explains, he actually said very simply and simply, Sat Naam. Sat Naam means Sacha Naam. So only when you're true to yourself, you're true to your family, you're true to your friends, you're true to your society, you're true to your siblings, you are true to your peers, you're true to your city, your town, your country, your religion, and your mission. That's what actually changes. Typically, there are three types of truth. One is your truth, one is my truth, and one is the universal truth. The moment your truth gets assigned and aligned absolutely with the universal truth, it becomes your Arjun's arrow and you pave your way. So yes, truth may be hard, truth may be difficult, but it is the absolute start to anything that we need to do further in life. So when I started my journey about 14 years back, from a typical domesticated housewife, joint family, making that pavement was difficult. For a woman in her mid-40s and mid-50s, I think these are our retirement years. When you start something new, when you are a student and you start learning, it's tough. I have gone through it and I know that I was sitting with students half my age. Some of them were my children's age and giving an exam with them. It was very difficult for me to even go through all those pointers. They are so tech savvy, they're so smart, they're so well equipped with so many things that we take years to learn. And I realized that the moment you push yourself and push yourself and push yourself, you will make it. So when I gave my exam in all over India in 2000 and I think it was 16, I realized that, age is just a number and you have to cross it. And when I talked, there were senior people to me who were experienced for more than 20 years. And yes, there were younger children who were very smart and quick. I realized that, they need a calculator, whereas our calculator is here. We come from the age where we would memorize telephone numbers and birth dates. And most of us, if I have to connect, I can see we were really at that age where we could memorize so many things. We didn't need a calculator at that time. We had it all in our minds. And that's exactly what helped me to top. So let's bring the Yug Parivartan when we talk of Yug, जो हमारे 4 युगों से आ रहा है, Satyug, Dwapar Yug, Treta Yug, and yes, Kal Yug. If it's coming in a semicircle, the Kal Yug has to join with the Satyug to make it a circle. And how will we get the Satyug back? We can only get it by the word Sachai, Sach, Satya, truth. And that's exactly what we have to inculcate. It'll start with a thought, but that thought will bring the parivartan or the change. And that is exactly what we need to understand. So sometimes when I speak, I always say that I beg to differ from Mr. Shakespeare, who says, what's in a name? I would say everything. नाम हमारी पहचान है, नाम हमारी आइडेंटिटी है. मरने के बाद भी हमारा नाम रहता है और नाम ही सब कुछ है, पावर है. So you could be a famous name or a defamed name. You could be a great personality or you could be someone who's just an average person. So if we have to bring back the change, we have to start with ourselves and our name. I've had the privilege and the good luck of writing a letter to Mr. Modi and requesting him that when we were called as Bharat, Bharat, numerologically, it totaled to number 15, which is a magician's number. And that's why we were called Sone Ki Chidiya. When we were changed into INDIA India, we came to a number calculation of 12, which is the number of sacrificing, suffering, and anguish. So I requested Mr. Modi, not as a political party, not on the basis of any religion, and definitely not on the basis of anything that is connected to a particular color or a religion or a sect or any political connections, but numerologically, if we could have our name back and not take the name on given to us by the Britishers. And I got a letter back. I think I highly respect that for it. When he said that it will take a long time, we cannot change. You will have to have at least 1 lakh signatures. And you will have to write to the Supreme Court. And it has to go through the Supreme Court and they will be the ones to put forward this. Of course, we were in lockdown in 2020 and everybody was attached to Zoom and attached to our phones. And yes, we got in that 1 lakh plus signatures. We went forward, we went ahead. And I have the letter today with me, which says that India is officially going to be announced as Bharat. So if you notice, Mr. Modi is constantly saying, Hum Bharatvasi, Hum Bharatiya. Even his plane has Bharat written and not India. But it has to be a very gradual change. So when the change has actually started, because the epitome of our body is our navel, the center, our nabi. इसी तरह इंसान का center, his wajud, his identity, his name. So our country will also have our own name. And we get back to our roots. We get back to what we originally started and get back to what we can do at our best pace. And similarly, I think Mr. Ali Mehdi spoke a lot about things which were touching my zones too, where I really felt that Sikhism teaches about brotherhood. So the 4 pillars of Sikhism would be, 1 is Seva. That is absolutely what we call service. Simran, that is taking of name and chanting. Sangat is congregation. So where we sit together and pray in the Gurdwara. And 4th is sacrifice. So whenever you check any history, ancient history, present history, or even in the 21st century, you will always have the Sikh brothers up on the ladder. Their names are always there when they've sacrificed their lives for the country. On these 4 pillars is what our religion stands on. And that's exactly what has made. So when he spoke about the Seva and he spoke about the Gurdwara and he spoke about these points, it really truly touched my heart. Thank you, Ali Mehdi ji, for really bringing that topic. Coming back to my second point, which is called Vaastu. Vaastu means Vaas karna, rehna. It's a simple simple meaning that what it is about energy. So I would like to talk and educate people on this podium today that any form of energy is what we talk about Vastu. Vastu has the 5 elements: water, wind, fire, sky, and earth. Where is it? It's in nature. When we say, I believe in God, I believe in the Lord, I believe in the higher energy, or I believe in Bhagwan, Ba is Bhumi, earth. Ga is Gagan, sky. Va is Vayu, air. A is Agni, fire, and Na is Neer, water. So Bha, Ga, Vana are the 5 elements of nature. And God is actually not in the mandirs and in the masjids and the gurdwara. He's in Kudrat, in nature. That's why we defaulted as people, as individuals. When we try to destroy nature by our buildings, that is the land, the water contamination, or the air, or the fire, and that's how the nature gets back. जैसे कहते हैं ना हम लोग 3 चीजों से, परमात्मा से और भगवान से, किस 3 चीजों के सामने झुकना चाहिए? We should bow down in front of 3 primary things. One is the God Almighty, the higher energy. उसके बगैर एक पत्ता भी नहीं हिलता. Second is कुदरत, nature. Nature देने पे आता तो बहुत कुछ देता है, लेने पे आता तो सब कुछ लेता है. And the third, समय, काल, वक्त. It's the biggest and the mightiest. No matter what happens, it will not happen pre or post. It will happen on time, on schedule. So these 3 things, these powerful things actually make us. And that's exactly where we understand where we are coming from. On this note, I would like to say that if we can respect each other, at least have religious tolerance, we can respect nature by planting more trees or by taking care of our animals, our fauna, and all our animals around us, our plants. If we can take care of each other, because I think brotherhood is very, very important. And if we have these small, minor things that we can take care, because every change happens from one person. It happens from you. It happens from I, me, myself. If I think right, I will feel right. If I feel right, I will say right. If I say right, I will do right. And if I do right, it will pave the way for the next generations to come. Typically, when you educate a man, you educate a man. When you educate a woman, you educate a generation. An educated mother will always educate her children. And so the generation starts. That's why I strongly believe, and our Guru Gobind Singh also had said, Ek is equivalent to Sawa Lakh. So if it starts with one passionate, compassionate, hardworking, truthful, honest person, the entire route starts. So if I have to participate, and I willingly, happily participate, I'm very happy with your YugParivartan program. This project is very enlightening. You have some wonderful speakers here. They have some wonderful sharings. And absolutely, I think now I'm open to questions. I've got a lot of questions here. So you can always ask me. I'll move ahead with that.
Yes. Wonderful, wonderful, Biinduji. And thanks a lot for accepting our invitation to join as a speaker at such a short notice. It's really enlightening to listen to your thoughts, and I can relate a lot with it. Because in my book also 10 years back when it was published, instead of writing made in India, I wrote made in Bharat.
Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm going to share that book. Yes, please.
Yeah, sure. And at around 500 places,
right,
whenever the word India was used, within a bracket, even at the cost of duplicity, I have mentioned Bharat in bracket every time.
Wonderful.
Right?
Wonderful.
Because it's an international book, it is for the global audience. So if I write Bharat alone, so maybe several people in other countries may not be able to understand. So even if
हम परिवर्तन में ही हैं. We are in the midst of a change.
Yes, it is a transition phase.
It is a transition phase.
You can definitely relate with it. Okay, so with this, let me open the house for people to ask questions. Right. Yes, audience, please ask your questions. And while other people ask, let me ask from my side. First of all, as you said that you belong to Sikh religion.
Yes, sir.
So I have just asked this question to put a tick mark in my list of target speakers.
Right.
As I mentioned while I was
Yes.
giving vote of thanks to the previous speaker,
Yes.
that so far we were not able to bring Sikh representatives to speak on our forum. But this is a wonderful surprise for me that now that part is also covered.
Great. I'm happy. I'm
Thanks a
very
lot.
happy for that.
Yeah.
I'm privileged. I would say that, sir. I'm truly privileged.
We have a co-panelist from Sikh religion also in HWPL WARP office, which is an inter-religious international dialogue in which I also participate as a panelist every time.
Lovely.
So there I came to know about several additional aspects of Sikh religion. So in a way, if we dive deep into it, we can see that every religion fundamental concepts that they want to bring in is same.
Right.
But unfortunately, people still pick those points which divide us, which are differing.
Right.
By making religion also a cause of the problem that the world is facing.
Right.
Although religions can provide a very good solutions towards all these problems. So yes, definitely efforts from all good people towards religious integration would definitely fructify, and we will see a united world very soon. Okay, now coming to the question, how do you relate Vastu? And first of all, I would like to know more about this Signalist, which is a new term for me. So you can explain that. And then how this Vastu can be utilized to create the physical infrastructure for the golden age. We have a concept of wise city.
Right.
Which is like wisdom cities, much above the smart cities that we all are developing as a nation now.
Right.
So wise city concepts, how it can be related with the Vastu, if you can throw some light on that.
So in Vastu, the 5 elements, that is water, wind, fire, sky, and earth, they have their own placements. You cannot mix fire with water. You cannot mix water and air. Earth has its own priority. Okay. So when you place this rightfully, you will always feel that the energy flow is very, very comfortable. There are less blockages. It's actually entirely energy. Everything is energy. So whether it is personal energy, sometimes in the morning you're fresh and by evening you are a little tired. So energy comes down by evening. Sometimes you go to an open space or you go to a hill station, your energy is improved so wonderfully. In crowded places, our energy depletes. So the energy balance and imbalance is what is very, very important. So everything has an energy, internal, external. So a small cabin, an office, a house, a bedroom, a building, a city, town, and country, they have an energy. So if you notice, sometimes you'll say, oh, Bombayites are so-and-so, or Delhiites are so-and-so. What is that? It's an energy. We grade that, we rate it. We say positive energy, negative energy, or we say slow energy and fast energy. For example, in an office, we need horsepower energy. And in home, we need a calm tortoise energy. We can't have the two energies mixed up. So if you're doing up a city, so I work with builders where I do the entire project of a building or multiple buildings. Then you should know where the underground water should be, where the overhead water should be, where your entrance and exits should be. Where you are starting your main door, main entrance, at the same time your car park, then how do you go in the basement levels, your lifts kahan pe placement honi chahiye. So those of who are in Bombay, I have a little office in Atrium Mall. So this Atrium Mall in 2006 started extremely well, but by 2010, it became a dead mall. I don't know how many of you are from Mumbai and they know about this mall. So I kept telling the owners to get the Vastu done and treatment done. But by the time it was a couple of years. So in 2016, I actually went to his office and I said, I am doing the Vastu. You pay me, great, don't pay me, okay. But I am getting the work done. If you see the results, this is my visiting card. If you don't call me. And I spent my own thing and I got the entire work done. And in 3 months, we had people coming back and things started reviving. So today, if you come to Worli, it's a hub. You have to pass Atria Mall to go to town. Then we have buildings, we have a lot of constructions, we have malls, we have townships. So when you ask me the question, Hiteshji, about a township, how actually you will do the placements, the entrance exits, what type of shape should be of your terraces, what is the entrance, where the lift should be or where the staircase should be, we can do that placement. There are certain rules and fundamental basic themes in which you actually work on a Vastu. So Vastu is basically energy. And if the energy flow is good, everything is positive. When there are blockages or there are wrong placements, that's exactly where we can cut out and recreate. And of course, when you cannot break it and you cannot change it, we do some remedial treatments. That is also part of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. So it is matching with both the concept of our wise cities as well as the eternal principles based energy flow on the planet.
Absolutely.
The energy on the planet flows in a natural, like complying with the natural laws and eternal principles, then it creates solution into
absolutely
life.
And it is clockwise. It is clockwise movement.
Yes.
Yes. So that is very
energy can create problems in the lives of people.
Absolutely. Absolutely true.
It's a very good science, and yes, it is time for us to revive it.
You wanted to know about Signalyst, you said.
Signalyst, yes.
Signalist is actually signature analysis. Signature analysis is a part of your graphology. Nowadays, we don't write letters anymore. Okay, so we are all tech savvy, and thanks to our mobiles, we don't write anymore. But we do sign. So signature analysis is a part of graphology. Actually, signature is our mohar, how we are. It's an individuality. It's an independent individual science which talks about I, me, and myself. So how I sign or how you sign is our independent thought patterns. And you can read a signature and you can read a personality. So the moment we change our signature pattern, things change, and it changes in 21 days. Actually, destiny, signature is destiny on paper. The way you sign is the way you create your own destiny. And very few people know that minor corrections in signature make major changes in 21 days. So if you want to be financially, you want me, I can share 3 tips for everybody here. So if you want to get fame, you should have your name in the signature. Many people just put only initials. If you want that money, you should have your last alphabet ending upwards. The last alphabet talks about your financial status. If it is going down, you know where your finances are also going. So end it upwards. And if you want the support in life, put an underscore below your signature without cutting any alphabets. That stands for support. Of course, there are many, many more pointers, maybe some other time. Sure.
Wonderful. I am sure that there would be a lot of deeper insights into Signalist domain, because when humanity started living in habitats and in a civilized way, they started with the sign language only, both in the body language signs as well as the signs on the walls and all. So there will definitely be something deeper into it, and we would love to hear from you in depth through a dedicated sessions through PY Talks series that we will announce very soon. So thanks, Biindu-ji. Thanks a lot for coming and accepting our invitation.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. And God bless you all. You all are doing a fab job. Continue. Thank you so much.
Okay. So lots of wonderful insights are being shared by every speaker of the day, and we will continue to learn more.
Namaste, friends. Namaste to all of you.
Yes.
At the outset, I thank and congratulate Hitesh Chandel-ji for going around the world or the country for bringing YugParivartan, meeting every person, making us to understand the necessity of YugParivartan and participation of each and every person on earth in a big way. because it is true. I could not read the complete book of his. I read a few things. I'm really extremely happy about it. That he has to motivate everyone means it becomes very difficult. So I also request every one of you so that to take up this in a big way so that we can bring YugParivartan early and fast and safely. Friends, right now I am in Guyana, South America actually, but still I felt I need to participate, at least wish the program a grand success. That is why I am here. Thank you so much. Hitesh ji, Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Yogi ji. Thank you. We could not hear your full views today due to your travel schedule, but we will definitely invite you for PYP talks, wherein we will have a detailed discussion about how yoga could be utilized for bringing the transformation towards the golden age, and how yoga can be taken as a non-religious spiritual activity for people of all religions to come together. And that's where you are working with the Yoga University in America. This is really a great endeavor. There is a lot which we wanted to hear from you, but let's see where destiny takes us there. So we'll invite you once again. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Dr. Yogi.
Thank you so much. Namaste. Namaste to all of you. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Namaskar, Dr. Yogi ji. Thank you so much.
Okay. So may I request my colleague Kapil Chhabra ji to invite our next speaker of the day, Advocate Somnath Bharti ji, who is also an MLA in Delhi. So over to you, Kapil ji.
Thank you so much, Hitesh ji, for allowing me this opportunity. And I take this opportunity to invite our fourth speaker of the day, Mr. Somnath Bharti, to the dais. Mr. Somnath Bharti is an Indian lawyer who has become a politician representing the Aam Aadmi Party. As a lawyer, he practiced at the Supreme Court of India and Delhi High Court. He was elected as the Aam Aadmi Party candidate for Malviya Nagar constituency in the 2013 Delhi Assembly elections and was Minister of Law, Tourism, Administrative Reforms, Art and Culture in the government of Delhi. He has served as MLA from Malviya Nagar constituency from February 2015 to February 2020. He served as Chairman, Committee on Privileges of Delhi Legislative Assembly for the year 2016-17. On 10th August 2018, Delhi Legislative Assembly appointed him as Chairman Committee to examine the stray dog and monkey menace in Delhi. He won the 2020 Delhi elections by 18,144 votes and is a serving MLA from Malviya Nagar, New Delhi. By Delhi Legislative Assembly, he was appointed Chairman, Public Accounts Committee, one of the three most important committees of Legislative Assembly or Indian Parliament, with Public Account Committee, Committee on Government Undertakings, and Committee on Estimates. He was appointed as Chairman, Committee on Violation of Protocol, Norms, and Contemporaneous Behavior by Government Officers, and MLA, Members of Standing Committee on Education, Higher Education, Training and Technical Education, Art, Culture and Language, Sports, and Committee on Government Undertakings. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big hand to the Speaker of the Day, Mr. Somnath Bharti. Thank you.
Welcome, Somnath ji.
Thank you, Hitesh ji, for starting such a venture. And good evening, my dear friends. I can see many names on the screen, and each of them must be sort of personality of your own, and you have done a lot, must be in your domain. That's why Hiteshji has got you on this platform. And what my friend was reading about me possibly has picked up everything from the Wikipedia.
Yes.
Recently, so that's too old, and people might not have updated that. So I'm from IIT Delhi. I graduated from there. Then I became a lawyer. And recently, I was appointed as vice chairman of Delhi Jal Board. So I have a huge responsibility to take care. So when you talk of golden age and what Hitesh has been talking about for a long time, I've heard him in the past also. He has a great conviction. And that conviction, that's what I was, that's what has attracted me towards him. There is conviction, that conviction is the key. So unless you are convinced with your own belief system, things will not happen. So thank you, Hiteshji, to give me a chance to be on this platform. Friends, I can see many personalities from abroad also. And it's a huge opportunity for all of us to learn from each other. Because knowledge is nobody's personal property. And nobody is complete. Nobody has learnt everything. So it's a good opportunity for all of us to see so many personalities all at one place. See, because I became a politician because of Anna movement. And of course, it is true that I had this belief system deep down that unless Hindi mein kahavat hai, I don't know how many, if all of you would understand Hindi. Can I use Hiteshji Hindi also? So,
Yes,
Hindi
yes.
mein kahavat hai ki beej boye babool ke to aam kahan se khaye. So, if you really want to eat mangoes, then you have to sow the seed of mango. So if you want good governance, so we have to bring good people into governance. So unless we have good people into governance, governance can't be good. So people who are driven from the factors outside, let's say somebody gets moved by a position or somebody gets moved by wealth. So their entire approach towards governance would be to retain that seat, that somehow do whatever you need to do, retain the seat so that you feel secure. But there is some other kind of security which is required for the person to be equipped with, to be eligible to be in politics, to do good. Okay? And that security is deep down. That comes from within. So that within security, and for the friends who have not seen me in the past, when I came to politics, so I went to a spiritual master and I requested him. So he, in fact, because I follow, let me give you a little background also. My father was a spiritual wanderer. So I'm a product of a spiritual wanderer. So he went to Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. I played in the lap of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, Devaraj Baba, Anukul Thakur, Jai Gurudev, Maharishi Mahi Paramahansa Maharaj from Bhagalpur. He went to Osho also. And then finally he went to Radhaswami Satsang Vyas. So I was brought up in all this culture. So there I learned that any strength which comes to you from outside factors, जो भी आप बाहर से इकट्ठा करोगे वो चोरी होने का डर रहेगा और आज नहीं तो कल जाएगा. तो इसीलिए जो भी अगर आपको असली में अपनी स्ट्रेंथनिंग करनी है, so that has to come from within. Also, something जो आपसे कोई छीन नहीं सकता, जो आपसे कोई अलग नहीं कर सकता. So that is what became my basis of my life. And when I went to the master usually what happens in the family, nobody goes to the master and asks a thing, because if you ask a thing, then you have to follow that. If you want to do a thing of your own, so don't ask him. If you ask him, then you're bound by that. So I went to the master and asked him, Babuji, somebody else asked for me that Babaji Somnath wants to go to politics. So he did not take a second to tell me, Somnath, Niskam Seva Karing, that you do selfless service. And that became my benchmark for politics. So politics for me is to serve the humanity and to serve the Lord by serving humans. So that is my basis, and that's how possibly I think the gentleman who was introducing me, he told you that my people have been electing me for last 10 years. So I'm the third time MLA. I was the minister in the first tenure. And seeing is believing. So if you get a chance, I run a program called Spend a Day with the MLA. So where you can come in the morning, 5 o'clock, be with me, start with me, the morning meditation I do for 2 hours. Then throughout the day, you can stay with me to see the rigmarole of MLA life. So what do we do? So it's very interesting for you to see. And why I'm saying everything to come to the point which Hiteshji has brought me for, the golden age. So when I look at my people, God has been very kind. So whether it be the person from BJP, from Aam Aadmi, from Congress, from Muslim, from Hindu, from Sikh, from Isai, from Indian, non-Indian, anybody who comes, I believe that the God manifested has come. God has manifested the way Hinduism, the Hindu religion talks of. Every individual is the manifestation of the Lord. So I find that I'm so fortunate that God has chosen me to serve this human being. And that's how, that gives me the pleasure, that gives me the strength, that gives me and satisfaction which I can't describe in words. So I would say, how does it translate? I mean, people usually talk of vote bank. I never discussed any vote bank in my life. I say, you keep serving. You keep doing your best. You keep thinking that whosoever has come, you keep receiving, that they are not a burden. They're not here to kill your time. They're not here to demand something from you. They're here to give you opportunity to serve the Lord through serving the humans. Because human is basically manifestation of the Lord. And why humans only? Everything in this universe, only the Almighty or the God, whatever name you can call him by, him or her, whatever, is present in everything. Whether it be a dog, whether it be a human, whether it be an elephant, but anything, whatever. Nothing moves without him. Okay. That's how I have been serving my constituency. So, and just to tell my friends from, I think there are many friends, and it's a pleasure to share with. In my constituency, you might have seen other politicians. So people ask me, Somnath ji, आपने 10 साल में आपको क्या सीखा, क्या कमाया? आपने 10 साल में गाड़ी नहीं बदली, आपने कोई नया घर नहीं लिया. It's not that I can't buy. So, I'm an established lawyer. So I go to the court for my bread and butter. But then I tell them a story of Sai Bulle Shah. When Sai Bulle Shah, he was searching the God. He went to his guru, Shah Inayat. And Shah Inayat that time was, वो क्यारी लगाते हैं, जो किसान को समझ में आए क्यारी क्या चीज होती है. तो बुल्ले शाह ने कहा कि मुझे रब को पाना है. तो Sai Inayat, without looking at him, in one straight answer, he said, "Bollya rabda ki pona etho putna ethelona." So this moment you're facing the world, your back is facing the God. Reverse the direction. If your front faces the God, back faces the world, then that's all you need. That's what I say in politics. That if your intention is to serve the humanity, if your intention is to serve the Lord by serving the humanity, if your intention is to be merged with this entire concept of service, seva bhav, then politics can give you immense joy. But if your direction is to make money, then he will be in trouble for good. Absolutely, you are in a wrong profession. If you are here to make money, because you will not be only making yourself miserable in the time to come. Unaccounted money doesn't give you the pleasure. And so would be the case with the people. They won't be getting the facilities through you, etc. So that's what my golden age. That for me, the moment I am into the chair which people have given to me, I feel that God has gifted me this opportunity to be completely, thoroughly available to my people who are gods for me. And then, our Shastras also say so. Man jeete jagjeet. The whole problem is that is bakat hi, this moment, this very moment. For Hitesh, it could be golden age right now. For Somnath, it may not be the golden age right now. एक व्यक्ति असीम खुशी में है, असीम जॉय में है, और एक व्यक्ति असीम मुसीबत में है. हिंदी में दो शब्द हैं, एक है तिरना और एक है तैरना. जब आप तैरते हो तो यू फ्लो अगेंस्ट द फ्लो, और जब आप तिरते हो तो यू फ्लो विद द फ्लो. So the problem is for you to be in golden age at all times. You need to be, first of all, you have to be example for the world too. I mean, if you are not at peace with yourself, you can't teach others. Teaching will be khokhla if you are not yourself following that sort of life. If you are not happy, if you are not feeling comfortable, it means there is something wrong. It means you are not in sync with the God's wish. You are not in sync with the the natural thing. You are doing something which should not have been done. You are doing something which is against your nature. You are doing something which possibly going to be hurting you in the time to come. तो मैं यही कहता हूँ, तीरो, तैरो नहीं. तीरो मतलब flow with the flow. If Lord has gifted you a chair, तो इसमें क्या करना है? इसमें बैठ के जितना अच्छा हो सके, जितना भला हो सके, जितनों के आंसू पोंछ सको, जितनों के दुख को मिटा सको, जितने अच्छे काम कर सको करो. उसमें हो सकता है कि पर्सनल लाइफ में आपको मुसीबतें आए, हो सकता है कि आपको दुनियावी चीजें नहीं मिले, हो सकता है कि you may have to be humiliated at places. लोग आपको इंसल्ट भी कर सकते हैं, लेकिन अगर आपके हाथों से किसी का नुकसान नहीं हुआ, इसका मतलब आप गोल्डन एज में हैं. अगर आप किसी के आंसू कारण नहीं बने, अगर किसी को आपने रुलाया नहीं, और किसी को आपने दुख नहीं दिया, आपके हाथों से उसका दुख नहीं पनपा, तो आप गोल्डन एज में हैं. मैं ही समझता हूं ये. इसीलिए मैं हितेश भाई, मैं समझता हूं कि गोल्डन एज सबके लिए अभी आ सकता है और किसी के लिए कभी नहीं आ सकता है. तो ये गोल्डन एज, सतयुग, अदरवाइज अगर देखें क्या क्या नहीं हुआ. आप देखिए गोल्डन एज में जब सतयुग की बात करें, मतलब उस वक्त भगवान राम की बात करें, जो हम लोग त्रेता की बात करते हैं तो भगवान राम की बात करते हैं. आप देखें रावण को भगवान ने मारा. रावण ने कहा मैं जानता हूं मेरी मौत सुनिश्चित है, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूं कि आपके हाथ मरूं. और एक दुश्मन को क्या उन्होंने ट्रीट किया भगवान श्री राम ने, आप सोचे तो आपके सारे रोंगटे खड़े हो जाएंगे. लक्ष्मण को कहा जाओ उनसे सीखो, बहुत बड़े विद्वान हैं. जब वो मरण सैया पे थे रावण, एक वो जमाना था. दैट इज कॉल्ड गोल्डन एज. कि आप लड़ाई अपनी जगह है, सभ्यता अपनी जगह है, ये आपका आचरण अपनी जगह है. भगवान श्री राम ने लक्ष्मण को कहा, तो जब लक्ष्मण खड़े हो जाके सिर के पास खड़े हो गए, तो भगवान ने कहा बेवकूफ, पैर के पास खड़े हो. तो ये भगवान श्री राम ने लक्ष्मण को कहा, किससे सीखने के लिए? रावण से सीखने, जिसके आज तक पुतला जलाते हैं. तो मैं कह रहा हूं गोल्डन एज ये है कि जब आप अपने दुश्मनों से सीखने की प्रयत्न करो, जब आप अपने मूल्यों को ना भूल जाओ, जब अपने किसी व्यक्ति से बात करो, आप अपना सेंटर ना गवाओ. आपका सेंटर नहीं किसी भी तरह से डिस्टर्ब होना चाहिए. आपको कोई गाली दे जाए, आपको कोई मार जाए. आपको याद होगा भगवान बुद्ध ने बड़ा अच्छा कहा, उनके एक शिष्य थे जब वो जा रहे थे कहीं भिक्षा मांगने, उन्होंने कहा कि सुनो, जहाँ जा रहे हो वहां तो बहुत लोग गालियां देते हैं। तो बोले भगवान गाली देंगे ना, मारेंगे तो नहीं। बोला और मारे तो? बोला मारेंगे ही ना, मार तो नहीं डालेंगे। बोला मार डाले तो? बोला भगवान अगर मार डाले तो मैं मुक्त हो जाऊंगा, इस जीवन इस आने जाने के बंधन से मुक्त हो जाऊंगा। अगर आप इस तरह के पॉजिटिव हैं, अगर आप इस प्रकार से पॉजिटिव, तो आप गोल्डन एज में हैं। भगवान भगवान बुद्ध सत्संग दे रहे हैं, एक व्यक्ति आया, उनके मुंह पे थूक दिया। तो भगवान ने अपना गमछा उठाया, वैसे तो थे वो राजपूत, आपको पता है क्षत्रिय थे भगवान बुद्ध, और उनके बगल में आनंद बैठे हुए थे, उनके कजन थे, वो तो अभी भी अनएनलाइटेंड थे। तो उन्होंने कहा कि भगवान आप इशारा करें, इस आदमी को मैं सिखाता हूं। भगवान ने कहा तुम रुके रहो, ये मेरे और उसके बीच की बात है। उसके पास इतना क्रोध था कि वो इस प्रकार से दर्शा सकता था, भगवान के मुंह पे थूक दिया उस आदमी ने। भगवान ने गमछा उठाया और अपने सिर अपने मुंह को पोंछ लिया। मैं कहता हूं गोल्डन एज ये है कि इतने क्रोध के बावजूद कोई व्यक्ति आपका इतना इंसल्ट करे और आप अपना आपा ना खोए, आप अपना सेंटर ना खोए, दैट्स कॉल्ड गोल्डन एज फॉर मी। So I mean, if that becomes, if that is practiced by everybody, I think, and that is, it's very, very difficult to teach such things. Possibly the way I say, when I prior to being in politics, prior to being in law, I was a teacher also. So I used to teach mathematics. I have taught mathematics to IIT JEE students. I have taught mathematics to GMAT, JRE, all that, the SAT students who went abroad for education. So मैं कहा करता था, देखो मैं कुछ पढ़ा नहीं सकता, मैं तुमको राजी कर सकता हूँ। मैं इतना राजी कर सकता हूँ कि आपका जो दरवाजा, जो सिर पे एक दरवाजा है, ये दरवाजा आप ही, कुंडा अंदर है, आप ही खोल सकते हो, मैं नहीं खोल सकता। मैं सिर्फ कन्विंस कर सकता हूँ कि मुझे, तुम इसको खोल लो। अगर खुल गया तो सब कुछ मैं अंदर डाल सकता हूँ, लेकिन खुलेगा नहीं खुलेगा वो तुम पर डिपेंड करता है। अगर खोल लोगे तो अंदर चला जाएगा। आई हैड द फॉर्चून to have many students who scored 100% in GMAT, GRE, SAT, and similarly in IIT JEE, I used to teach for hours. तो सारा स्पिरिचुअलिटी, सारा गोल्डन एज के टॉक्स, जब तक वो व्यक्ति राजी ना हो सुनने को, तब तक किसको सिखाओगे? क्योंकि आदमी जिसको सिखा रहे हो वो राजी नहीं है। वो कहता है कि मुझे याद है हितेश भाई, जब वो लोग मेरे से आते हैं काम कराने के लिए, मैं कहता हूं कि देखो मैं एस्टैब्लिश लॉयर हूं, मेरी घड़ी चलती है जब मैं अपनी फीस चार्ज करता हूं। आप तो हमारे क्षेत्र के आदमी हो, तो आप जो है वो 2 घंटा खाने के बजाय मुझे ये बता दो। लोग आते हैं, सोमनाथ जी आप बहुत अच्छे हैं, आपने ये किया, आपने वो किया। मैं कहता हूँ ये बताओ करने क्या मैं क्या करूँ आपके लिए, फटाफट मुद्दे पे आओ। तो लोग अपने तरीके के हैं, आप उनको समझ रहे हो। मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूँ। वन सेंट हैड गॉन टू अ मेंटल असाइलम। वो वहां अपने टॉक दे रहे हैं। एक आदमी उस पागल खाने में सामने बैठा हुआ है, बड़ा टिकटिक लगा के देख रहा है, कह रहा है कि आज तो संत को लगा कि इतना अच्छा सुनने वाला व्यक्ति भी मिले किसी को, बहुत बहुत मजा आता है उसको। एक वक्ता को श्रोता अगर अच्छा मिल जाए तो बहुत मजा आता है उसको। तो संत ने कहा, बाद में जब बातचीत हो गई, उनका भाषण खत्म हो गया, तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई, जो सुप्रिटेंडेंट को बोला ये पता करो ये आदमी इतना इंटरेस्टेड क्यों था। तो बोला, जो जाके पूछा उसको, तो बोला वो कुछ समझ के आए। संत साहब पूछे कि भाई आप बताओ क्या सीखा, क्या बोला उन्होंने। कहा महाराज रहने दीजिए, छोड़िए। कहा नहीं बताओ। तो जब इंसिस्ट किया तो उन्होंने बताया कि वो कह रहा था कि ये देखो, ये मुझसे बड़ा पागल है, लेकिन ये पागल खाने के बाहर है और मैं पागल खाने के अंदर हूं। दुनिया की ऐसी रीत देखो। तो कौन आदमी क्या समझ रहा है आपको कुछ पता नहीं है, ये वही डिसाइड करेगा। आप कुछ भी ज्ञान बांट रहे हो, लेकिन वो क्या समझेगा ये वही डिसाइड करेगा। तो पहले मिट्टी तैयार करना पड़ेगा। मिट्टी तैयार करेंगे, उस मिट्टी में इस प्रकार के बीज लग सके, इस प्रकार के पौधे लग सके, जो गोल्डन एज को समझ पाए, जो बुद्ध को समझ पाए। नहीं तो हम अक्सर कहते हैं, देखिए मैं गया से आता हूँ, पीछे में मेरा जो जन्म है, भगवान बुद्ध की नगरी गया से आता हूँ। मैं अक्सर कहता हूँ कि वहाँ नगरी में 2 लोग पैदा हुए, एक बुद्ध और एक बुद्धू। मैं अपने आप को बुद्धू कहता हूँ। मैं कहता हूँ ये सारे बुद्धू जो है बुद्ध की तलाश में भटकते हैं, लेकिन वो बुद्ध तो तुम्हारे अंदर ही है। 1 सेकंड के अंदर बुद्ध तुम्हारे अंदर से अवतरित हो जाएंगे। तो परमात्मा करे कि गोल्डन एज सबका, हर व्यक्ति का गोल्डन एज बहुत जल्द आए, हर व्यक्ति बुद्ध बने और उसके गोल्डन एज से इस वर्ल्ड में हर तरफ गोल्डन एज हो जाए, व्यक्ति के लिए भी हो जाए, जानवरों के लिए भी हो जाए, हर कण के लिए हो जाए। लेकिन वो हम सबको उस तरह की मिट्टी पैदा करनी पड़ेगी और उस मिट्टी में इस प्रकार के पौधे लगाने पड़ेंगे, तब जाकर के कहीं संभावना बन पाएगी। और मैं अक्सर कहता हूं कि देखिए, पार्लियामेंट के अंदर जिस प्रकार के लोग जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि आपने खालीपन छोड़ा हुआ है, तो मैं आप सबको हाथ जोड़ के विनती करता हूं कि आप सब लोग भी पॉलिटिक्स में आने का प्रयत्न करें, बिकॉज पॉलिटिक्स इज द फाउंटेन हेड ऑफ एवरीथिंग। पार्लियामेंट ने जो पास कर दिया, क्या करेंगे उसके बाद? आप सिर मारते रहिए दीवार में। तो अनलेस एंड अनटिल conscious people who are spiritually enriched, people who are deeply enriched, people who draw strength from within, unless those people come to politics, country cannot be put to the right direction. Humanity cannot be put to the right direction. The world cannot be put to the right direction. Otherwise, there are enough Putins around. There are enough bad people around who can put the entire world to fire. There are enough, I will not take names, but then, such people all around. So let us work hard. Let us meditate. Let us bring good sense. Let us do whatever is required so that in the positions of power, we have good people. We have spiritual people. We have those who draw their strength not from the outside factors, but from inside. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Somnath ji. And we'll take few questions before we end the session. So there is a question which has come on the chat box. I'll read it for you. From Mr. Narayan. He's saying that you have spoken nicely, but where do you see our country in current scenario, and how to make our future politics a better place to be in?
I did say that we all need to work hard towards bringing, because बीज बोए बबूल के तो आम कहां से खाए। मैं देख पा रहा हूं कि इस वक्त पार्लियामेंट के अंदर अच्छे लोग भी हैं, बट मैं चाहता हूं कि वो लोग पहुंचे जिनकी स्ट्रेंथ अंदर से आती है, जिनकी स्ट्रेंथ धन से नहीं आती, जिनकी स्ट्रेंथ ध्यान से आती है, जिनकी स्ट्रेंथ वेल्थ से नहीं आती, जिनकी स्ट्रेंथ मेडिटेशन से आती है। ध्यान, धन नहीं, ध्यान का धन। ऐसे लोगों को इकट्ठा करें, ऐसे लोगों को पार्लियामेंट में लेके आए, तब जाकर के बात बन पाएगी।
Wonderful. And in fact, Project YugParivartan initiative is heading towards it. If not in 2024, but by 2029, the system will be completely ready to inject all these self-actualized and self-realized people into politics. It's a very wonderful profession if it is taken in the right spirit. So I'll take one more question. Yeah, Garima ji, please ask your question.
First of all, Somnath ji, thank you so much. You're such a good speaker, and the authenticity of your speech and your talk is coming straight to our hearts. You're a great storyteller, and I was really thinking there's something related to public speaking, and you revealed also you've been a teacher. So my question is around water, since you've taken up this honorable role. And of course, Delhi is one of the, how do I say this? I have to say this, polluted cities in the world, also in terms of water. And we are also talking about golden age at the same time. So as a responsible citizen and an honorary leader in the water space of Delhi right now, how do you think golden age can be brought just in that context first?
See, whatever problem we pick up, you need to have that formula. The person to lead that sector has to be the one who draws his strength or her strength from within. अगर आपने वो काम कर लिया, then everything is solved. Because the one who draws strength from outside, he does all the politics around. So he'll be interested in hiring a substandard contractor. He'll be interested in, changing the clauses of the tender document. So when I look at, this insecurity is the root cause of all the wrongs. whatever wrong you see. So some or the other powerful person was feeling insecure because of his or her insecurity, he or she did everything around in such a manner that he or she should be secured. Everything else will be of no consequence. So मैंने ये देखा जब मैं जल बोर्ड में आया, जब मुझे माननीय केजरीवाल साहब ने दायित्व दिया, then I realized यहाँ तो सब कुछ है, आप तो को तो सिर्फ एक ऑर्डर में लाना है सब कुछ. ऐसा है नहीं है कि दिल्ली में कोई पानी की बड़ी समस्या है, लेकिन हम उस ऑर्डर में ले आए. अभी इस वक्त मैं I'll tell you, I'll share with you very good news. We generate around 1000 mg water every day we produce, and there are meticulous processes through which the raw water is put through to make it drinkable, and that output from the water treatment plant is better than RO water. But when it starts from WTP, that is water treatment plant, it goes to primary UGR, then to secondary UGR, and then to taps. In the process, it gets polluted. Why? Because some or the other, and that's why I'm doing two things these days. You must have read in the newspaper also. I'm running a contamination-free drive across Delhi. And I go ward to ward, the respective councillors, the respective MLAs, we all come together, Jal Board team, the RWAs, the MWA, the conscious citizens, everybody get together. So my one direction which has been to Jal Board, कि एक contamination दोबारा नहीं होना चाहिए. एक बार contamination आपको मालूम पड़ गया, इसका source तक पता करो, go to the source and fix it for good. I'm a tough administrator also. Okay, so see, when you don't have any ills like greed of money, greed of power, तो आपके पास एक divine power आ जाती है.
Yes.
तो फिर लोग सुनने लगते हैं आपको, फिर आपको वो लगता है कि जी इसको सुनना पड़ेगा. So जब जिस दिन हमको अरविंद जी ने भेजा वहां, तो मेरे सेक्रेटरी बता रहे थे कि भाई साहब यहाँ तो हंगामा मचा हुआ है कि सोमनाथ भारती आ गए, ये तो सब कुछ ठीक करेगा. So then you feel so fearless because you have your, see, like I tell my mother कि मैं यहाँ पे ध्यान करने आया हूँ, मैं दुनिया में पैदा हुआ हूँ ध्यान करने, तो मुझे तुम जेल में डालो, मुझे तुम जहां मर्जी डालो, एक काम तो जो मैं करने आया हूँ वो तो वहां भी करूंगा, तो मुझे डर किस बात का है, मुझे तुम डराओगे कैसे? तो डराने के लिए मुझे ऐसा लगे ना कि तुम कुछ मुझसे छीन लोगे. So you can't snatch away that right. So I tell my friends who wrongly get imprisoned in jails, I tell कि भैया ध्यान करो, that is the thing, God has gifted opportunity, meditation करो. And getting me? So once you are not fearing, so जल बोर्ड मैं आपके माध्यम से हितेश भाई दिल्ली को बताना चाहता हूँ, देश को बताना चाहता हूँ, एक साल में मैंने संकल्प लिया है कि एक साल में जल बोर्ड को मैं टर्न अराउंड कर दूंगा और आपके सारे पानी की मुसीबतों को.
वंडरफुल, थैंक यू.
वेरी नाइस, वेरी नाइस. क्योंकि पानी तो बिल्कुल कहते हैं ना, जल ही जीवन है.
जल ही जीवन.
तो अगर, और मैं तो आई हैव लिव्ड इन अ प्लेस इन दिल्ली फॉर शॉर्ट वाइल, फॉर 1.5 years. It is outer Delhi, you must be knowing about it, Khanpur area जो है.
जी जी.
So we used to get water through the tankers, and it was such a pain that many times in order to wait for the tankers, I had to miss several important meetings at office.
Very true.
So finally I decided to move to Gurgaon, and I have mentioned this in my book also, that these are the problems which are just man-made problems.
Man-made problems. Hitesh bhai, just to add to your point, I'll just say, हर प्रॉब्लम के पीछे कोई ग्रीडी आदमी है, ये समझ लो.
Yes.
Yes.
कोई ग्रीडी आदमी हर प्रॉब्लम के पीछे. जैसे अच्छा, when I say आदमी, it not only mean man, it can mean woman also.
Yeah.
Women are less greedy than men, I'll say, from the power point of view. So I say that जो आप बता रहे हो समस्या मुझे ये टैंकरों की, बहुत बड़ा टैंकर माफिया चलता है. अब तो बहुत कम हो गया. 54% दिल्ली पाइप्ड वाटर लेती थी हमारे आने के पहले. आज के तारीख में आपके जरिए बता दूं 93% हो गया है. जहां जहां पाइप्ड वाटर पहुंच गया, टैंकर माफिया खत्म हो गया. अब 7% वो एरियाज हैं जहां की प्रोहिबिशन है, जैसे फॉरेस्ट एरिया हो गया, DDA प्रोहिबिटेड लैंड, ऑल दैट. सो व्हाट आई सी कि ग्रेजुअली अगर आपने परमात्मा का आशीर्वाद लेके चलो, डिवाइन पावर को मानो और सोचो कि मैंने ठीक करना है चीजों को, तो खुद भी खुश रहोगे, औरों को भी खुश करोगे, और ग्रीड को हटा दो, लाइफ ठीक हो जाएगी.
बिल्कुल, ये संकल्प शक्ति से इट इज वेरी मच पॉसिबल. And in fact, that was one of the ingredient towards drifting me towards the golden age demand. I demanded from God that is this what we call it as progress? We are technologically evolving. We have so many educational institutes, and AI is also coming. And still, the basic thing, water is not available. So, what kind of system it is? And I really thank Aam Aadmi Party government to at least work on like few things in an excellent way. And we have seen that difference. I have seen a lot of difference in roads, in water, in electricity, schools, by my own observation. But when you say something related to that, it becomes a political statement also sometimes.
No, I think we should, Hitesh bhai, we should start appreciating good things.
Yeah, but as a
good things
citizen,
may be in BJP also. Good things may be, bad things may be in Aam Aadmi Party also.
That's
so
why
let's be outspoken that way.
We have people from 4 political parties into this 18 speakers panel in 3 days. Just before you, we had our Vice President of Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee also sharing his views directly from heart related to the golden age. So we are here to integrate all, because ultimately all political parties, all human beings are leadership talent of this country and the world.
Very true. Very
true. So you have rightly said that behind every problem that the public is facing, there is a greedy man somewhere, or man or woman, of course. So we need to find that and remove that missing piece. And you have also rightly said that we need to bring people who are self-actualized and self-realized into politics. So I am assuring you that by 2029, if everything goes as per plan, then only SALDP graduates will enter into parliament. Those people who are not in the direction of self-actualization, they should not be in the decision-making positions of the country and the world. And this is the target of 2029. After that, the next big ambitious target is to replace leaders in United Nations with the self-actualized leaders.
Yes.
And it's very urgently required. वो कहते हैं ना, the objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. So the danger that is coming towards humanity is very near. So we have to avert that disaster by installing the yogis and dhyanis and meditators into the leadership positions. So wonderful. So I'll take one or two more questions, and then I'll share the formal vote of thanks. So there is a question from Anita ji. Is your government planning to implement the policy of segregation of dry and wet waste like in other cities like Bangalore and Indore? We can solve dual purpose of tackling pollution and mountains of garbage.
Gee, and that's a matter very close to my heart. In fact, in my own constituency, I run mohallas in my constituency. So they are split into mohallas, and I think wherever you belong to, you should ask your MLAs and MPs to do the same for you. One person from one house. Girish Chaudhary is here. He's from my constituency. He's from my one of mohallas. One person from one house is connected to me 24/7 through mohalla WhatsApp groups. So anytime you may be attending this seminar. So you are told by your husband or wife, by children, by mother, that I'm outside, road is broken. So you just go to the mohalla WhatsApp group, write your name, Garima Verma, address, phone number, and the problem. And that's all. You have not to seek where does Somnath Bharti stay, what time should I go to meet him, or nothing. Who is your secretary? Nothing. And then within 2-3 minutes, you will get a response on the mohalla WhatsApp group, and preferably by me only. So I run 8 WhatsApp group, and around 40,000 persons, because these days mohalla WhatsApp, this WhatsApp group's capacity has gone to 1,024. So one can accommodate 1,024. So I have got 40,000 houses connected to me 24/7. Imagine. So what Anita ji asking? So I said that I'll give one compost machine to every mohalla. And what I'll do, the biodegradable garbage will be treated in that compost machine in the mohalla, and that will generate manure for the mohalla. And that the other waste, which is non-biodegradable, will be taken for other purposes, which is MCDs. Because we have come into MCD also, we are planning that also. See, you just, Anita ji, need that. Keep on good intention, that's all, nothing else. So I'm very soon, if any of you get time, do come to my constituency. I'll take you to a tour, and then you talk to my people. So I'm going to place one compost big machine, which costing me 10 to 12 lakhs in every mohalla. So, I have excellent volunteers. I have colonies like Green Park, Niti Bagh. The CEOs. I have a friend, Poonam Chandel. She's a CEO of a big company. She's a volunteer of mine. So when you do good, so God sends a lot of good people to you. Okay, so alike attract. So in सबके सहयोग से MLA led fund से I'm going to be putting one compost machine in every mohalla. So that's why in fact आपने जो पूछा वही कहता हूँ मैं कि my constituency will not contribute to the garbage mountain. Let's have a resolve. Let's resolve to that. Let's take a pledge. So that's what I'm doing. So very soon I'll succeed in that also. Thank you.
Actually, सोमनाथ जी, हम पहले हौस-खास में ही थे एंड आपसे मिले भी हैं. मेरे हस्बैंड भी आपके साथ पर्सनली वही SMS से कनेक्ट करते थे. बट व्हाट अबाउट द रेस्ट ऑफ दिल्ली? वी हैव मूव टू अनदर एरिया.
तो अरविंद जी ने बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग तरीका अपनाया है.
हाँ जी.
अरविंद जी ने कहा सोमनाथ पहले तुम अपने विधानसभा में एक्सपेरिमेंट करना शुरू करो. जब सफल हो जाएगा तो बाकी दिल्ली में लगाऊंगा. तो आपको जान के हैरानी होगी, अभी अतीशी जी ने, who is MLA from Kalka ji, and she is a minister now. So she has adopted MLA's Mohalla WhatsApp groups in her constituency. And she is so happy. She says, sir, मतलब इतनी दुआएं मिल रही हैं और जो फीडबैक मिल रहा है, मतलब कई तो बड़े सारे जो आपके स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट हैं who write on urban governance, they are seeing this model of connecting with the end user of a politician is amazing. Because सारा मुसीबत यही है कि वोट लेने के बाद हमें दिखता नहीं है कि कहाँ गया वो, कैसे पकड़े उसको. क्योंकि आप कितना भी चाह लें, आपके जरिए परमानेंट चेंज नहीं आ सकता. चेंज आएगा तो MLA के जरिए आएगा, असेंबली के जरिए आएगा. चेंज आएगा तो MP के जरिए, पार्लियामेंट के जरिए आएगा. तो इसीलिए जो हतीश भाई ने कहा कि कॉन्शियस पीपल, मेडिटेटिव पीपल, उनको लेके आना है. तो जो इतना सिक्योर फील करे कि मैं जनता को 24 घंटे कनेक्टेड रहूं और मैं राजी हूं, परमात्मा देगा ताकत, डिवाइन पावर आएगा और वो उससे हम सेवा कर सकते हैं. समस्या से भागना नहीं है, समस्या को सामना करना है, समस्या को खड़ा होकर देखना है. तो ये जब मैं कर लूंगा अपने विधानसभा में कंपोस्ट मशीन वाला, तो अरविंद जी ने कहा है कि इसको फिर मैं पूरी दिल्ली में लगाऊंगा.
Yes, exactly. This thing is required. If one good thing is happening in any part of the world, it must be replicated in other parts of the world at very rapid pace at the speed of light.
Very true.
We are still solving those problems which other countries have solved decades back, right? So can we not learn from them? Can we not solve these problems and look for some more deeper problems which will surface once we solve the trivial problems, right? So this is
Can I take leave now?
Great from your constituency. One last question from Amit ji, and then we will proceed with the next speaker. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Bharti. The last 30-40 seconds, whatever you said, bring more people, conscious people, divinely connected people into politics and make them the pivotal change reformers. How does somebody get in touch with maybe people like you who want to promote this? So very crisply, if you could answer, I would personally like to get in touch with you.
Anytime, you can have my number. Come to my constituency. Let's have a meeting. Let's take it forward.
And now I would like to invite Girish ji to say a few words for Somnath ji.
Good evening, all.
Yeah.
I want to express my profound gratitude to Somnath ji. You see, he gave his consent at a very short notice. And it was, in fact, my privilege to invite him for this global summit, because he's an ocean of knowledge. And as a matter of fact, the spiritualization of politics started from this MLA from Merriam. The history of spiritualization that we generally talk about in our conversations, that we want to create a better world in this golden age. So he's a living example for that. Having said that, I would definitely, because I listen to him very carefully and I keep interacting with him periodically, if we really want to get one good example to witness what golden age is all about, Somnathji just said that spend a day with ML. All you need to do is just call his office or his PS and just get a date from him and tell him that we would like to spend a day with you. So his day starts at 5 o'clock in the morning and ends up at 11 o'clock, 11 p.m. And that is 11 p.m. is the time when I wish to meet him. I go to him and I don't let him sleep till 12 o'clock. You can imagine the kind of work that he's putting. Sharp 5 o'clock in the morning, he will be, you'll find him in the parks with his, with the people in his constituency. Now he just mentioned about some greed of man or woman, about power, about problems. There's some greed. And his greed I have seen very deeply, and his greed, when I refer to his greed is for learning. And you go to him, he will tell you so many verses which you have not even heard. Some verses will come out of Gita, some out of Guru Granth Sahib, some out of Quran. And this is what really astonishes me. That a politician, we are talking about a politician present in today's topsy-turvy world. And what is he doing? And what he should be doing? So, Somnathji, thank you very much for spending your precious time with us. And we definitely look forward spending lots and lots of time with you. And I'll tell Hiteshji that we let Somnathji become an example. And if we also need to organize some training programs, let's do some training programs with him as well. Thank you for coming and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Just to add to what Giriji said, I'll just take 1 minute. See, when you look at Hinduism, it says Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. Pura Vishwa jiska parivar ho. The whole world is one family. Usme Musalman bhi hain, Christian bhi hain, Sikh bhi hain, Hindu bhi hain. When you look at Quran Sharif, in this, when they remembered God, they said Rabul Almeen, Rab jo pure alam ka hai. Rabul Musalmin nahi kaha, jo Rab sirf Musalmano ka hai. Rabul Almeen, jo Rab pure alam ka hai. Our Sikh scripture, Guru Granth Sahib ji says, Ek noor te sab jag upjaya kaun bhale. Ek noor, from one source, sab jag, entire universe has come from that. Kaun bhale, kaun mande. Bible says, Kingdom of God is within you. You kaha, Christians nahi kaha. You could be Hindu also, you could be Christian also, you could be Muslim also. So when our scriptures, our sages, our saints, our prophets, when they have not divided us, then who is a politician to divide us? So let us just be a good Hindu. Let us be a good Muslim. Let us be a good Sikh. Let us be a good Christian. Don't, no need to enter into other periphery. So I'm saying, let us be, wherever you are, just be the good human being. And I'm willing to be, in case somebody wants to come over to my constituency, please come, spend some time with me. I'm willing to come to your city in case you want to do some program. I can come and talk about it. And let's work together to bring the golden age the fastest.
Wonderful, wonderful insights.
So much.
Now I'll just share a few words as a formal vote of thanks for Somnath Bharti ji. So thanks a lot to Mr. Somnath Bharti ji for accepting our invitation at such a short notice. Just two days back, we approached you. And I recall our extensive interactions during year 2018-19 when we conducted a self-actualized leadership development workshop for your team in Delhi. While I was playing the role of a trainer there, I have learned a lot during those interactions while sharing what God has bestowed upon me to share with leaders of the country and the world. You have very rightly said that if someone is here to make money, then politics is not the right thing to do for him. But if somebody wants a platform to do seva, to do service, then only consider yourself for politics. No doubt, politics is a very noble profession, and if it is taken in the right spirit and utilized it for the right purpose, then it is very blissful. A politician is a problem solver for his constituency and hence must see the world from God's point of view and act as a masiha for the people who have chosen him to serve them. And yes, while doing so, one may have to compromise on several personal benefits, but the eternal bliss that will be achieved is what human life is designed for. The purpose of human life will be served. A problem solver doesn't get distracted from the personal problems faced by him. He continues to serve the humanity not as a giving back attitude, but as a paying forward attitude. Then only we can say that we have arrived at the golden age. And you have very rightly said, the golden age is when people are ready to help, but help is not needed by the people. And when people do not demand help and several people are ready to help. If that is the level of abundance of help extended by people, then we can call that, yes, we have more solution providers than the problems. And it is a golden age. So very wonderful, wonderfully explained, Somnath ji. And your story is a very inspiring story for all other MLAs and like representative of people to follow. Not just one technological thing that WhatsApp group that you have practiced. There are several other things which MLAs can share with each other as best practices so that we can revive this world with a very high speed, at the speed of light. So very nicely said, Somnath ji. We look forward to work with you through, you can say, government and public partnership and make this world a better place to live for everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was a marathon of thought processes coming our way since we begin this summit. 4 speakers have shared their wonderful thoughts with a brief addition from the 5th speaker from USA, Mr. Yogi Devaraj. Now, it is time for our next speaker of the day, Dena Merriam ji. And I would like to invite my colleague, Garima Verma ji, to invite her to the dais.
I'm pleased to invite our 5th speaker for the day and the summit, Ms. Dena Merriam from United States of America. Ms. Merriam is the chair of the International Advisory Committee for Auroville. Dena Merriam began working in the interfaith movement in the late 1990s when she served as vice chair of Millennium World Peace Summit of religious and spiritual leaders held at the United Nations in New York in the year 2000. She subsequently convened a meeting of women religious and spiritual leaders at the Palais des Nations in Geneva, and from the gathering founded the Global Peace Initiative for Women, GPIW, in 2002, an organization chaired by a multi-faith group of women spiritual leaders. In 2008, Ms. Merriam was one of the founding members of the Contemplative Alliance, which later became the program of GPIW. The purpose of this alliance is to bring together meditation teachers and practitioners in a collective effort to uplift and transform the society while caring for and honoring our Mother Earth. For over 40 years, Dena Merriam has been a student of Paramhansa Yogananda and practitioner of Kriya Yoga meditation. She's also a long-time student of the great texts of the Vedic tradition. Ms. Merriam received her master's degree from Columbia University and has served on the boards of the Harvard University Center for the Study of World Religions, the International Center for Religion and Diplomacy, the Interfaith Center of New York, the Manitou Foundation, and All India Movement, AIM for Seva, Dharma, Drum Mountain Buddhist Association, and 7 Pillars. In 2014, she received a Niwano Peace Prize for her interfaith peace efforts and holds an honorary doctorate in peace studies from Mahachulanggong Korn Vajra Vidyalaya University in Thailand. She's the author of My Journey Through Time, The Untold Story of Sita, Rukmini and the Turning of Time, and soon to be available, To Dance with Dakinis. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would love to share my pleasure with you. Let's raise our hands and clap for our fifth speaker of the day, Ms. Dena Merriam, all the way from United States.
Welcome, Dena ji. Welcome.
Namaste. Thank you for that introduction. And I want to thank Hitesh and all of those who made this summit possible and invited me to speak. When I was invited, I wondered what I could contribute. I'm a yogi and a writer, but I have done a lot of meditation and reflection on this issue of time and the yugas. And I'd like to share something that I've learned about this cycle of time we call the yugas. It's going back a little bit in history before we deal with our current situation, because we learn a lot from the past. What was the consciousness of the last Satya Yuga? It would be like trying to explain to someone in the year 500 about the internet, or telling someone of that time period that a man walked on the moon, or that we sent robots to Mars, or AI. It would be completely incomprehensible. And so the consciousness of the Satya Yuga is that distant from us. What was that consciousness like? What determines the yugas, first of all? Well, most ancient societies had determined what they called the Great Year, a cycle of 24,000 years. The rishis discovered that we move through our galaxy in relationship to another star. Most stars are in binary systems. Today's astronomers have not yet found our binary, but there are suggestions of which one that binary could be. And as our solar system rotates around this other solar system, we pass through areas of the galaxy of higher electromagnetic energy, which affects the consciousness on this planet. And then we pass through areas of lower energy, which affects the consciousness on the planet. And so we pass through this 24,000-year cycle continually. The higher yugas, known as the Satya Yuga, in the West it's called the Golden Age, the Treta Yuga, the Silver Age, and so on and so forth. This 24,000-year cycle is divided into 12,000 years of an ascending consciousness and 12,000 years of a descending consciousness. And so it goes round and round. The last point of descent, when the descending Satya Yuga began, was around 12,000 BCE, 11,500 to be exact. That's when the ice began to melt. What was the consciousness on the planet at that time? Well, historians don't know. There's very little evidence of what life was like then. But the yogis knew. The yogis knew there was no concept, because the Vedas came to us from that era. So the Satya Yuga lasted from 11,000 BCE to about 6,700 BCE. There was no concept of greed, no concept of domination, no concept of possession, no concept of inequality, no slavery, no wars, no concept of separation from nature, no concept of self-interest. The human community, which was smaller, lived in harmony, seeing itself as part of the natural rhythms. But the mental capacity was highly developed. And so man could communicate through telepathy. There was no need to get in a plane and go somewhere. There was no need to go on Zoom because there was telepathy. There was complete transparency. There could be no deception because you could see what another person was thinking. You could see their character. There was no need to gain possessions because everything was shared and everything was abundant. There was abundance on earth. There was no need for agriculture because there was an abundance of food. A lot of the things that people call primitive was because the mental powers were such that man worked in harmony with the natural environment. The rains could be managed. There was no drought. There was no excess. When there's balance, things come when they should. They say during the Satya Yuga, man lived the life of complete dharma, 100% in harmony with dharma. But from 11,000 to 6,700, it was a period of decline. Still, great mental powers, but other things were happening. Around that time, the ability to control the food sources and the weather began to decline. Agriculture came about. So where historians see agriculture as an advance, it was actually a decline, because man was losing his ability to, through mind, to become one with nature and supply all of his needs mentally. It had to be done through other means. Food had to be provided from other means. So there was a lot of agricultural. So now we're into the Treta Yuga, where there's still a lot of mental power, but there's also a decline of virtue, a decline of dharma. They say during the Treta Yuga, man lived 75% in harmony with dharma, a dharmic life. This is when Ram and Sita took birth. Toward the latter part of the Treta Yuga, this is where Ram came to reestablish a civilization based on Dharma, Ram and Sita. And this is when governance was needed. There was no need for governance previously because there was self-governance. People governed themselves. There was no need for any kind of organized structure. There was no need for a justice system because people lived a dharmic life. If you're living a dharmic life, you do what is in the best interest of the whole. And that was the focus, what's in the best interest of the whole, not just the human community, but the whole of life. People understood at that time the relationship with the universe. And in the Satya Yuga, they saw spirit in everything. They saw the spiritual reality behind the material world. So the material world was just an expression of spirit. That consciousness continues in the Treta Yuga, but it's beginning to decline. Hermitages had to be set up to try to retain the knowledge. Why do you think Ram and Sita spent so much time visiting the sages and securing the hermitages so that the knowledge from the higher ages could be preserved? A class of people had to be developed, had to be established in order to hold this knowledge. There was no need for writing because the mental power was still developed enough that it could all be held mentally. Tens of thousands of hymns and verses all maintained memory. The memory was so developed that, and the mental communication was such that there was no external device needed. This further decline, Dwapara Yuga, which begins about 3000 BCE, that's when history begins. Before that, it's called prehistory because there's no written evidence. But 3000 BCE, we begin to have writing. We begin to have trade. Well, during Ram's time, at the end of the Treta Yuga, trade was developed, cities were developed. But now we really have the foundation of civilization, what we know as civilization. Again, historians see that as an advance, but it's really a decline. We have armies, we have weapons, we have conquest, we have slaves, we have social classes, we have the beginnings of all the ills that get further ingrained in the human psyche. The concept of domination of other people, domination of nature. This begins in Dwapara Yuga. But still, mental capacity at the beginning of the Dwapara Yuga is strong. We have things like the pyramids, which could only be done through mental capacity. Who could move stones that were tons and tons of weight without that mental capacity? We have evidence in different parts of the world of these structures that could only have been created through a heightened spiritual and mental capacity. So at the beginning of the Dwapara Yuga, there was still Satya Yuga elements in the consciousness of man. But once the focus begins to shift from the inner world, from the spiritual world to the outer world, all of these traits that we see today, greed, self-interest, begin to be developed. And then we get to the Kali Yuga, which begins, the descending Kali Yuga begins around 700 BCE. And there's further decline with increasing focus on the outer world and increasing focus on manipulating the outer world to satisfy desires and greed. The apex was 498 when the descending cycle ended and the ascending cycle began. There was chaos around the world at that time. Man could see, of course, in every age there are enlightened beings. So in every age, there are those who live in the Satya Yuga. But the general condition of humankind during the Kali Yuga was very limited. There was no concept of human rights. There was no concept of bettering your life. Lifespan was very short. Whatever you were born into, that's where you stayed. And everything, people lost all the knowledge of the universe. A great deal of the knowledge was lost. And then gradually it began to be reclaimed. So the Kali Yuga officially ended around 1700. And there you see the Enlightenment with the beginning of scientific advances. So now, where are we? Ascending Dwapara Yuga. So what I just described was a loss of knowledge, the descending cycle, the 12,000 years of descent from that spiritual perception where humanity lived a life that was completely dharmic, in harmony with the spiritual laws, and saw the spiritual reality, where humanity could see the devas and the rivers and the mountains. Everything was a manifestation of this cosmic energy. Of the peak of the bottom of the Kali Yuga, there was nothing but the material world. Of course, this concept of you have to obey this punishing God developed to keep people in line so there wouldn't be total chaos. Now, what does the Dwapara Yuga bring us? They say that Dwapara Yuga Dharma is 25% developed. It's the electrical age where man gains the use of electricity and understanding of electricity. In Treta Yuga, man gains understanding of magnetism, which is a much subtler phenomenon. But Dwapara Yuga is the age of technology. It's also the age of conquest of space, whereas Treta Yuga is the age of the conquest of time. The conquest of space, we see the very beginnings of this. Satya Yuga, you don't need a rocket ship to go to Mars. You can transport yourself through your mind power to go to Mars. But we need technology now because we don't have that mental power. But there's still, and this is why people still think we're in the Kali Yuga, because there's still Kali Yuga mindsets that we have not freed ourselves from. The condition, water was mentioned, the condition of our rivers, the condition of life forms on this planet, what we're doing to the seas, to the animal life. In the United States, 1/3 of the birds are gone. I remember I was a young person when this book, Silent Spring, came out. It seemed a vague concept, but now spring is more silent than it used to be. You don't hear the birds chattering the way you used to. We're living in an era of transparency where all these things are coming out. What we've done to the planet is now becoming visible to all of us. It's not just the condition of the rivers, it's the microplastics that are even in the Arctic. So we've completely polluted the planet. We've harmed to a great deal many of the life forms on the planet. And humanity itself is suffering through the continuation of greed, self-interest, and this domination mentality that one group can dominate over another, that anybody can dominate over another person. So and now we are at the beginning of a whole new age of AI, which holds tremendous potential and tremendous danger. The medical potentials are tremendous. Already AI has found a new antibiotic to deal with superbug that scientists were not able to deal with. So the medical potential is great. But already with social media we're dealing with misinformation. The potential of AI to spread misinformation is far greater than what we have now. So how do we deal with and that's true of every technology. The internet has provided so many benefits. We couldn't do what we're doing today without the internet. And yet there's a dark side of the internet where the spread of pornography is so much greater than it was before. So how do we deal with all of these leftovers from the Kali Yuga, the mindsets of self-interest, of domination, of greed, of competition. How do we transform from this Kali Yuga mentality into a society based on collaboration, understanding of interconnection, understanding that we harm the birds, we harm everything, so it's the highest form of self-interest is to take care of the rivers and the oceans and the birds. But people can't see that yet. Self-interest is still the next election cycle. It's still the next quarterly report. It's still only a year or two ahead. We can't see the long-term effects. And so I think there are I always talk about the critical mindset changes that will help shift the paradigm and really help us transition into a Dwapara Yuga consciousness, which is not perfect. No time on life is going to be perfect because the essence of manifestation is this polarity, but it's still a more perfect world than what we see today. I think it's shifting from the short-term thinking to long-term thinking is a critical aspect of what we need to think. We need to look out 7 generations, as some older societies did. People who are denying climate change, I think to myself, they have grandchildren. Why aren't they worried? They have grandchildren. Why aren't we thinking of the grandchildren? What are we leaving to not just our children? Because the real effects of climate change will be felt by our grandchildren. And the real effects of the water situation will be felt by our children, but then our grandchildren. Now, if we had the mind power of Satyuga people, this situation would not be, because we would know how to balance all the elements of nature. I do believe, because I've looked deep into the past, I'm starting to look now into the future. I do believe that the issue of climate change will be dealt with by a change in consciousness. It may not be tomorrow. It may not be the day after tomorrow. It may be 50 years. But the onus is on us to begin that change in consciousness, which comes about through spiritual practice. For me, it's meditation. It could be japa, whatever your spiritual practice is. Because spiritual practice actually changes the neural pathways in the brain. It changes the consciousness. It means gaining reverence for all life, gaining reverence for the rivers, seeing the spiritual energy that the rivers manifest, gaining reverence for the mountains and the trees, and for the oceans, and for the ocean life. In the US, they call ocean life seafood, as if everything out there is for our use and misuse. We have to see the rights of whales to exist, the rights of other animal forms to exist. This is a central change in consciousness. And spiritual practice helps that, because then you feel the connection. You feel yourself in those other beings. You feel yourself in the trees. You know that in truth, we are no separate. It's one energy life force, one consciousness that has separated itself into multiple forms. But when you tap the unity and you say, aha, I am in that tree is in me, therefore can I harm it? This is a fee change, because it means looking at profit differently. But I do believe in the future, the whole monetary system will change. I can't yet see how it will change, but it has to change to reflect a different consciousness. So one of the big changes is really understanding our relationship within the whole of life. Another change is ridding ourselves of this domination gene, of the need to dominate. Domination takes form of competition, political competition, business competition, gender issues, social issues, different races, different ethnicities, there are different religions. This old concept of any one group holding the truth, that's part of this domination gene that we have to free ourselves from. So no matter where you are in society, whether you're a business leader, whether you're a political leader, whether you're an educator, all of us have to embark on this effort to free ourselves from these old ways of thinking. And I think education is crucial. There's very little in terms of Dharma teaching, character development, teaching people how to hold truth. Now we've got through social media, these are things people are calling alternative truths. If I say it enough, it becomes truth. So it's bringing people back to the concept that there are universal truths and that we have to have a shared understanding of truth. Everybody can't have their own truth. My truth says that this happened. Well, your truth says that happened. Well, how are we going to live in a shared reality when we have different concepts of what happened? And this is beginning to become more urgent as we are at the beginning of the AI revolution, and AI begins to penetrate more and more of our life. So we need to seriously think about it. I mean, it's now they're showing that social media has a harmful effect on the mental health of adolescents. Well, why didn't they know that when social media came out? Why wasn't that attended to at the beginning of the social media revolution, instead of now when we have increased teenage suicides? So we have to learn to look at these things before they're already out there. Now is the time to really look at how AI is going to transform our life and say, do we need this? Do we want this? How are we going to come to a consensus on how and when it's useful, like in medical research, and when it's harmful, and whether it's causing more division in society? We live in a society that's become increasingly polarized because of this spread of misinformation and the spread of different concepts of truth. How are we going to come back to a unified concept of reality and how what a Dharmic life looks like? How do we align ourselves with Dharma? It has to be done both individually and then in our social circles, in whatever area of life we are in, and no area is spared. So I think but to begin now with our young people, training them to think this way and to question when they're using AI, because already, people are writing their essays. I don't know how it is at different parts of the world, using AI and in a way cheating, not telling the teacher that this essay was written with AI. So if you take that a few steps further, we're not going to know who's produced what. So now is a very important time to address these issues. And I don't think the solutions are there, but I do think that meditation and spiritual practice has a critical role to play. And we see a growing, when I began meditating many, many years ago, it was considered a cult. I became a vegetarian when I was 20. That was also considered to be very bizarre. It's mainstream now. You can talk about meditation in any business circle, in any government circle. You can be a vegetarian, be fully accepted in the West. So I see a lot of change in the last 40 to 50 years. And we're going to see an acceleration of that, which is the good news, that spiritual practice is spreading. You can talk about it. People are adapting it in many reasons for stress reduction, but that's a first step. So I see one of our roles is to promote spiritual practice, to promote meditation as broadly and widely as we can, while at the same time we promote this concept of Dharma and what it means, because they go hand in hand. You can meditate and not go, if you're not doing deep meditation, not go through inner transformation. The goal is inner transformation, so we can free ourselves from the chains that remain from the Kali Yuga mentality. I think that I've said what I need to say, and I'd like to be open to questions.
Okay, thanks, Dena ji, for sharing wonderful insights related to Yuga cycle. So let us go to the audience and see if they have any questions. Yes, audience, over to you. Please share your questions. And in the meantime, I'll share few things which are very much in line with what Dena ji is saying. Some 23 years back in year 2000, I was working with a company called as Maharishi Mahesh Yogi Group, in which they were teaching transcendental meditation, which was very much part of the job role of everyone from peon to president. And at that time, doing meditation was to be done in hiding. You cannot do meditation in front of your family. You cannot talk to your friends, your peer groups that you are doing meditation, because the world was not ready for it. But then few people consistently continued to propagate that. And now meditation is very much part of even the corporate culture all across the world. So this is just one example which shows that if something is needed and if something is good for the humanity, and even if you feel that you fear that you have apprehension that people will not accept it, right? Still do it. If it is good for the world, do it. Today, few people may be talking about it. Tomorrow, large number of people will join hands and will talk about that. This is what has inspired me also to talk about such a grand change, Project YugParivartan, even at the cost of becoming a matter of ridicule during the initial phases of Project YugParivartan. Now, several cities in the country and several other countries know about what we are doing through Project YugParivartan, and this will continue to expand, and ultimately everyone will understand that there is a dire need of creating a golden age for humanity, and it is very much possible by our own natural intelligence, right? AI can act as a technology which can help us as a multiplier effect, but it should not become the commanding energy. Commanding energy should remain the natural intelligence given by the God to us. So I'll take some questions from the audience. Audience, do you have any question? Okay, so I'll put a question. I'm very curious. The day I met you first, I became very curious. How could a person living so far from India, getting birth there, having no background of Indian Vedic system and history, how could she get so much insight about the wives of previous YugParivartaks or previous Project YugParivartan, Rama and Krishna? How could you think so much about Sita ji and Rukmini ji, even though you have like taken birth in US in this life?
Well, if you read my book, My Journey Through Time, you will see that I've had numerous lives in India, which had a great impact on me and which have stayed with me. My connection to the Vedic times is very strong. And then through my guru, it was sort of the connection was reestablished. I didn't meet my guru in person, but I met him on through his books and through the inner relationship that I have with him, and through the practice of meditation that many of my memories came back to me. And so I feel myself to be part Indian. I live in the West for a reason. I believe that many souls from India were born in the West to help with the spiritual development of the West. And many Westerners were reborn in India. That's the way it works. We change roles to achieve different life teachings, to achieve different goals. And so we have crossed everything. We have experienced everything, I should say. Poor, rich, royal, slave. I mean, we've all had such a rich variety of experiences that add to who we are at this moment. My interfaith work really was to help bring the Eastern traditions into the interfaith work, because when I began it in the year 2000, it was an Abrahamic men's dialogue. There were no women who had a voice, and the Eastern traditions had no visibility, no voice. And so I thought, okay, well, here's something I can do, because I sort of backed into that role. I was not interested in this at all. I was a quiet yogi doing my studies in meditation. And then I found myself having to organize this big summit at the UN. And I thought, well, here's something that I contribute. I can bring out the voices of women, and I can balance this between East-West. And a lot of change has happened in the last 20 years, where there's much greater recognition and voice from both the Buddhist and the Hindu tradition. And of course, the women are out there now. So I sort of moved away from the interfaith world. I feel that my work is done there. I don't need to do that anymore. Now it's about raising consciousness on the planet, because we have a choice, really. If we don't raise the consciousness, we're going to continue along the path that we are. Dwapara Yuga, 2,400 years long. So before we get to the Treta Yuga, we've got a lot of work to do. There'll be a lot of technological development. And again, the guardrails to make sure it's used wisely and not by some rogue person misusing this technology. And so the role of meditation, which is why I think it's why my Guru Yogananda came to the West, Vivekananda came to the West, why so many subsequently have come all over the world. You go to Latin America, you find swamis there, you find Buddhist teachers. Wherever you go, you find meditation. I know a Buddhist teacher bringing meditation to Africa. It has to become universal now. And that's why I say these teachings are no longer confined to India, but they're universal. And now everybody has to come together around this inner spiritual work, to focus on the inner spiritual work. You know, they say the outer world is a reflection of the inner. The mess we see in the outer world is a reflection of the inner state of humankind, which is so conflicted, and there's a lot of unhappiness on the planet because people can't find happiness in the material world. That's, you know, you can find a temporary bomb, but happiness is not to be found there. You know, you can have $100 billion and lose it tomorrow. There's no security. So while the aspiration of people is to become that billionaire, doesn't bring happiness. And so the shift in society to finding happiness inside is critical. When we clean up our inside, we'll see the outer environment cleaned up. There's a connection. And I think making that connection is of great importance now. You know, all the things people want to do, reducing carbon and all of that's great and wonderful. But we have to clean up the inside in order to see a real change.
Wonderful, wonderful. So we have 2-3 more questions that have come up. Vijay Shriji is asking, would like to know experience of Dena Merriam ji while writing about untold story of Sita. What were the experiences you were going through while you were authoring that?
Experience was I was in the presence of Sita. And again, this came upon me. It was not said, oh, I'm going to sit down and write the untold story of Sita. As I've said in the beginning of the book, I took a pilgrimage to Ayodhya, and then I went to Vaishno Devi and went to the Raghunath temple in Jammu. And from then on, I was in the presence of Sita. And I found myself the voice of the servant, writing about what I was experiencing. And I got to peer into life during the Treta Yuga, which was a much more, and especially formed this relationship with the one I call Janak Baba, who is a great, great seer. I mean, he's one of my all-time heroes. And I think he's sort of not recognized quite for the contributions he made in so many ways. And he was a great influence. There was a reason for the marriage of Ayodhya and Mithila. He had the knowledge, and Ayodhya had the power. And to bring together the knowledge and the power was essential. And so there's a lot that I can say about that, but a lot of it is in the book. But to me, it was a transformative experience. Since that time, I have not felt apart from Sita. And I've said, recently I wrote something for the Times of India for Sita Jayanti saying, Sita and Ram are living presences. They are here right now. Don't think of them in the past. They are living presences and are very active in this transformation. Because after all, what is the role of Narayan and Narayani? The evolution, the awakening of humankind, the preservation of the divine light. And so they are very active in our world today. And if we tune into them through meditation or through any other means, we will be able to serve their cause and be their arms and feet in the world today.
Yes, actually, this is true because if you see Rama and Sita and Krishna, Rukmini and Radha, they are in the DNA of at least Indians of today, which is itself a 20% of the world's population. And this is not limited to just followers of Hinduism. Several people in India who are followers of Christianity and Islam are also able to connect well with Ramakrishna as well. So this is really true. And now that we are into another Yuga cycle to do YugParivartan, it is high time that we learn from the previous YugParivartaks so that we can implement their teachings, the path they have shown into the work that we are doing. We all light workers are coming together as part of the cosmic plan to bring back the Satyug. Of course, it will happen in stages. It won't happen like directly from Kali Yuga. We cannot directly reach to Satyug. It will be a progressive development towards Dwapar Yuga, ascending Dwapar Yuga, ascending Treta Yuga, and then ascending Satyug. That will happen, surely. Okay, so the next question that has come to us is also something which I was also surprised to know about your association with Auroville. So our next speaker is asking this question. Could you tell us about your association with Auroville? And there is one more coincidence over there. Just 60 kilometers before Auroville, we are piloting the PYP, that is Project YugParivartan Wise City, which is Swarna Bhumi. The name of the project is Marga Swarna Bhumi, a miniature golden age to start with, to show that as a pilot project to the world, so that people across the world would aspire to build such Satyug into their locales as well. So please tell us more about your association with Auroville.
I've been associated with people at the ashram for quite a while, since I've been doing my interfaith work, I would say. Sri Aurobindo is my teacher of the Vedas. I really came to an understanding of the Vedas through Sri Aurobindo. And so I have great appreciation for Sri Aurobindo and the mother. And I'm very interested in Auroville. In the 1930s, my guru talked about what he called brotherhood communities as being the social organization of the future. And he tried to set one up, and it didn't work. He said humanity wasn't ready at that time because you have to move beyond self-interest and ego desires and all that. And he said that humanity wasn't ready. But one of his swamis, Swami Kriyananda, in the 1960s, set up a small community called Ananda, which was with yogis. It still exists today, 50 years, one of the oldest, that along with Auroville. And I visited that in the 70s. It had always been my dream to live in such a community, but I found many issues there that were problematic. And then I heard about Auroville. And so I'm very interested in this concept of setting up Satya Yuga communities that can manifest a higher consciousness. And of course, the goal, the mother's vision, was a community of people who could evolve together, who could awaken together and come up with new ways of supporting, without the use of money, how nobody would own anything, it would all be shared. But the goal would be spiritual practice. So I was invited to join the International Advisory Council about a year and a half ago, during a time when Auroville is in a lot of conflict. And I see that the evolution in consciousness, a lot of progress has been made in terms of energy systems and new ways of doing things. I mean, it's an incredible place. But the consciousness has not developed where it's manifesting human unity, even though people, they're from 70 countries, I think, and it's half divided between Indians and foreigners, mostly Europeans. There's still conflictual issues. And so now I'm looking into the future. What's the next articulation? Because I'm very committed to this idea. I do believe in the future, humanity may bifurcate. There may be groups of people that go and set up these idyllic communities, but that they work because they're more spiritually developed. In the past, I think these communities haven't worked because people weren't doing the necessary deep practice. It's not a matter of a little meditation here and there. It's really doing the deep inner transformation. And that's not easy, I mean, people in Auroville, there's a system where everybody gets some maintenance, but yet you want to send your child to a university in the West. You need more money. What do you do? So the way society is set up, we still have to look out for our self-interests. And so how can we do that in small communities? It's not going to happen all of a sudden on a grand scale. It's going to happen in small communities. So I strongly promote and am interested in the development of these spiritual communities, lay people living in spiritual communities, doing their work, Auroville's got industries, crafts, farms, doing all their work, but doing it with a sense of unity and moving beyond this self-interest, which is not an easy task.
Yeah, in fact, you have rightly said the consciousness of the people will definitely play a big role over there. And fortunately, and even coincidentally, as I said, on the ECR road itself, East Coast Road from Chennai to Auroville, we have this project Marga Swarn Bhumi of 680 acres, on which we are piloting the Project YugParivartan Wise City. So we would love to invite you there, because we have also studied Auroville to some extent. And one of the senior architect over there is my friend. And we invited her to the Swarna Bhumi project also to give us certain insights related to the physical construction of the city. And I have studied the various spiritual aspects of the Auroville as well. And we have noted our observation. And what we are doing in Swarna Bhumi is something which is contemporary, which is the need of today, and which can go into future as a glaring example for the future generations to build their Satyug or their golden age. So whenever you are here next time in India, we would plan a visit to Swarna Bhumi, and maybe your blessings and your consciousness over there can result into something called as Auroville 2.0, wherein we will fix all those shortcomings that we have seen in 1.0. So it's always like—
I accept your invitation.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Very good. So we have Mukund Hirveji also here. So Mukundji, are you there? If you can unmute yourself and ask your question directly from Dena ji.
Yeah, namaskar. My question to Dena ji, and to highlight the aspect to all the audience. Currently, we calculate only intelligent quotient and emotional quotient as far as any corporate structure is concerned, or the education structure is concerned. But we need to define the methodologies for the spiritual quotient. It will be really very initial days to define this spiritual quotient concept and methodologies in the educational sector as well as in the corporate sector. What I would like to, I will request Dena ji, how to go about this, bringing this spiritual quotient into the mainstream. What we can do and how we will be in a position to get this into the mainstream line. Thank you.
I think first, teaching all students meditation, and of course that's difficult because of the still religious competition in most parts of the world. But teaching students how to quiet their minds, and teaching people about character development. They go hand in hand, quieting the mind and learning about cause and effect. I mean, that's a universal law that if people understood, it would affect people's behavior. If they understood cause and effect, if they understood that thought is energy. So the yogic principles can be taught in a scientific way. I've been reading a lot of the latest physics, actually, and I have been very interested in this convergence of the spiritual, mystical, and physics view of the universe. A growing, small but growing group of physicists are coming to understand the universe much as the rishis taught, as a manifestation of a spiritual reality, sort of a holographic manifestation. This is becoming talk in mainstream physics. So I think for this younger generation, speaking about spiritual principles in scientific terms is useful. So speaking about the law of cause and effect and how it operates in our life, and helping people understand that. helping people to understand interconnection, how everything in the universe affects us. I mean, this is the basis of astrology, right? That everything affects us. We're not just an isolated set of atoms. Teaching people about what our essence is. We're not, what does matter? It's mostly space. We're 95, 99% space. Teaching students these things helps to shift them into a spiritual perspective. And then I think we begin to look at how a behavior change. How is it changing people's behavior? Do they need to be on social media? Do they need to be on drugs? If they're finding other sources of inspiration and happiness, there's a huge problem with young people today. I don't know about in India, but the drug problem, fentanyl problem in the US is mind-blowing. And as I said, the social media effect on mental health is so it has to be replaced with something else. Teaching people to connect with nature, they've just shown the effects of bird song on mental health. Now, in cities, how can you hear bird song? If a third of the birds are gone, you're going to hear less bird song. It affects mental health. So helping people to become conscious of this, teaching these things to children. Being with birds affects your happiness. Walking in a forest affects your happiness. So it's a lot of it, which is why I had so much hope actually in Auroville, and that they could sort of manage the education with these spiritual principles. Now, I don't know, I haven't looked at their education. I don't know how successful they've been. But that's one of the main purposes of this kind of society, is to bring children into a spiritual understanding from an early age. So it's natural, accepted. And I think this is crucial. It's absolutely crucial for us to see any kind of real change, is to bring young people into this shift in consciousness from the earliest stages.
Yes, actually, this globalization thing is a double-edged sword. Like it brings people to the solutions of the problems faster, because if somebody else has solved that problem in other part of the world, then you can learn from there and implement that in your local situation and solve it. But at the same time, this multiplies the problem as well. So the problems which a particular community may not be facing is also multiplied when we see it in other part of the world. Like as you have said about drugs problems. We have been hearing about this drugs problem in Western part of the world since decades. But in India, this problem has got prominence in last few years only. To an extent that we are competing with West. It's like a very bad situation to be in. We are competing with the Western world in defeating them in drugs menace, right? We have so much problems of drugs here. And other problems also which are coming due to all this globalization. But as I said, double-edged means the solution can also be multiplied. So if Auroville or Swarna Bhumi project is something which can solve the problems right at the root, then this will also be multiplied in very less time than if you calculate it organically. So it won't take several millenniums to build the golden age ecosystem. We can do that faster. The concept like Swarna Bhumi must be accepted by the world. And this is where we need to collaborate. So next time when you will come, we'll definitely talk in detail about it. I have studied Auroville. I have certain observations which I can share with you, so that some change of mindset is required there also, which you at this position can definitely bring it. Okay, so we'll take one last question, which has come from Amit Ji. So Amit Ji from Delhi, please ask your question.
I don't know if you really have the time, but thank you very much, Dena, for all this insight, especially about the cycle of the yugas. One crisp question. So whatever small understanding that I have, I've seen that various thought processes, scriptures, and even when we tune into the meditation, in terms of the number of years for the all four cycles or all the four zones, there are two different calculations that I see. Some people say 12,000 is for the Satyug, and then for Dwapar is 9, and for Treta it is about 6, and for Kalyug it is 3,000 years. And the other the thought about the calculation is much larger, maybe I think 24,000 years or so and so forth. So I know, what is your view to it? What is your tuning into the meditation and understanding about the exact years? And are we going to see the Satyug by the end of this century? That's it. Thank you.
Well, first of all, when I first began my study of this, I was also confused because people talk about the Kali Yuga being 400,000 years. And so I came across a comment by my guru, which said that refers to a much larger cycle, maybe of the galaxy through, our whole galaxy, which has less relevance to human life. But most of the older societies and the rishis also talked about this great year, which they called it, the 24,000 year cycle, which specifically has to do with our rotation around this binary. And according to that, the Satyuga is 4,800 years descending, Treta Yuga 36, Dwapara Yuga 24, Kali Yuga 12, then going up, Kali Yuga 12, Dwapara Yuga 24, Treta Yuga 36, Satyuga 4,800 years. So it's the 24,000 year cycle, 12,000 years down, with the greater part being Satyuga. And the reason why I abide by this is a lot of this knowledge was lost during the Kali Yuga. People lost the ability to calculate it. In the 19th century, there was a scientist sage, Sri Yukteswar, who was a master astronomer, astrologer, and mathematician. And he did the calculations and came up with this calculation, which is sort of accepted now that we've come out of the Kali Yuga a few hundred years ago. And you can see it based on evidence of what happened from some, the quick development. And I've learned to think not in a longer term, thousands of years, but you see in the space of a few hundred years, the quick development of knowledge, and you see how it's speeding up. The quick development of what I just said about the physicists coming close to the mystic view of the universe. That happened very quickly within a few decades. And these are Nobel laureates who are saying this. And I'm reading a lot of books on physics now of these Nobel laureates who come to this conclusion. They say the equation of Einstein can only work in a multidimensional universe. So Einstein was struggling for that, and he didn't find it. But when he passed away, this physicist, John Boehm, I think, came up with the mathematics. So it will be discovered through mathematics. And the rishis were master mathematicians, and so the whole thing, the whole universe will be understood through mathematics. A divine mathematics, and the physicists are coming to that realization. Now, it's not all physicists. There's still a small community, but these are Nobel laureates, and this is a sizable community now. And so this is I use Sri Yukteswar, which I think is sort of widely accepted because he was a mathematician and a great yogi, that he was able to bring back how to calculate the yugas.
Very nice, very nice.
Do you see this century is the one I think I quite did not understand.
So you asked about Satyuga. As Hitesh said, this is a gradual gaining of knowledge, but small pockets of people. This is why the spiritual community is so important. Small pockets of people can manifest a Satyuga mentality, but you have to be doing the spiritual work. You can't get lazy about it and say, oh, I just want a free ride. I can get free housing and I don't have to work. You've got to do the spiritual work because we have a responsibility to the collective. Everybody in a spiritual community has a responsibility to the collective. Just like everybody on earth has a responsibility to the collective. I always say that yogi meditating in the cave is contributing more to humanity than the activists marching in the streets because they're raising the consciousness of the collective.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
So I'll take one last question that has come from. So Praveelji is from that region. He is state head of Project YugParivartan from Tamil Nadu. And this Marga Swarn Bhumi is being built in the Tamil Nadu region only. So his question is related to the size of the community. What is the ideal size of a community for it to make successful? Because if it becomes too small, then also it cannot be globalized. And if it becomes too big, then also it cannot be multiplied effectively. So what is the ideal size of that community? Second is a very interesting question. How can we break people's false belief that they are spiritual, while in reality they are not? Need an objective scoring system that does not cause heartburn.
Okay. For two things. I've thought a lot about this ideal size because Auroville now is about 3,000 people. The mother's vision was for a city, not an eco village, a city of 50,000 people. But in order to achieve that, you have to find 50,000 people who are doing that deep spiritual work and who are willing to give up self-possessions and self-interest. And, and even in a community of 3,000, it's been hard. When people are asked to move for the benefit of the community, but this is my house. Well, no, you've given up possessions. It belongs to the community. It's a hard thing. I'm sympathetic because I know how hard that would be. So unless you're giving up, but what are you gaining? Are you gaining spiritual insight? So I think that to get to 50,000, we're years away. Maybe you work on a community of 3,000. I mean, maybe you get together 1,500 people who are really doing the work. But it has to be the communities of 100 or 200 people. Ananda in the US that I referenced, the community of devotees of Yogananda, it's, I think, 200 people. That's not large enough to have a significant impact globally. 50,000 would be large enough that's a large mass. The goal is to reach that mass in time. How much time? It depends on a lot of factors. So I think you start with as many people as you can find who are willing to engage in such an experiment, really, and who are doing this spiritual practice. But ideally, I think a few thousand is a good beginning number for a significant mass. And I have seen, having worked in the spiritual field for many, many years, I have seen so many even spiritual teachers who have self-interest, who have not overcome their desire for power, for large followings, to be at the center of things, who've demonstrated very little humility. And yet I've seen people in hidden places who are great yogis, who are not out in the public sphere. And so I think there's a danger because, you can gain certain powers, the powers to attract people, and not have developed the purity. And that's why so many are tested.
I need to say something. The thing is, the people who have a lot to give up on are asking those who have nothing to give up to give up. That's no problem. They're asking, somebody who doesn't have something to a commune to give up whatever little he has. But those of them who hold are not willing to do the same. They don't. So the homogeneity of a commune is not there.
So Pravinji is asking that people in spiritual field, they are asking for other people to give up their possessions. On the other hand, they are amassing a lot of wealth and they themselves are not giving. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, I think you have to look at a person's behavior to be able to assess. And I think that there's a lot of contradiction because people who still have some ego, when they gain power, because they have the ability to entertain, to attract, they're magnets in a way, but they still have some ego. And that's what we see mostly today. Sadly, that's what we see mostly. And having worked with so many spiritual leaders, I'm sad to say that. But that's the reality because people are not looking for the deeper. People want a little bit of feeling good. They want to be part of a large group. They want to have somebody who's got magnetism and can attract, and that's what people are looking for. I mean, you get what you seek, and this is something I give a lot of thought to. I give a lot of thought to this because I know, during the 19th century, there was an influx. Just look at India. The same was true in Tibet, actually. But look at India, an influx of great leaders in the 19th century. You had Ramana Maharshi, you had Vivekananda, Ramakrishna, Lahiri Maharshi, Shuktasva Yogananda, Sri Aurobindo. You had an influx of great teachers. And they set the framework for the spread of yoga. But many of those who came to the West were not yet Shivananda. I mean, there were so many great ones that came at that time. We're getting into another subject here. But so many who came to the West got caught up in the materialism and the desires. And thus we, have all the scandals that we have.
Yeah, so we need to find a holistic solution to it. And I hope Praveenji, Project YugParivartan will be able to achieve that.
Can I just end by saying that you raised a very important question that something that I give a lot of thought to, and it's something that we have to address as we look toward reestablishing Dharma in our societies.
Yeah, we have some solution, Dena ji. So when you come here, we will definitely talk about it. So let me now share a formal vote of thanks for Dena ji. It was an awesome listening to Dena Merriam ji today on the concept of Yuga cycle, and several deeper insights related to various yugas are learned. A step-by-step progression, or rather we can call it as regression from higher to lower yuga, is very minutely explained by Dena ji. When I first met her online for organizing 2 events for her, one each in Delhi and in Mumbai, I was completely surprised how a person born in far-off country could connect so well with the wives of YugParivartans of previous Project YugParivartan executed by Sri Rama and Sri Krishna. It all the more revalidates that the journey of a soul is not limited to this life alone, and the memory impressions of previous lives, which we call as sanskaras, are also carried forward to the next life till the final liberation. So I decided on that day itself that we would love to hear from Dena ji on the Project YugParivartan Synergy platform and learn from her enlightening thoughts. And I request everyone in the audience to read her books, Sitayan and Rukmini, to get more deeper insights. Dena ji has very well explained the connection of collective human consciousness and the state of ecosystem that we have today, and the global warming, of course. The change in consciousness of human being is the only way to tackle the global warming and the disaster that it is bringing to human life already. We all agree that AI should be utilized for positive purposes only. It should not become something which we regret as human species later. So its impacts should be understood beforehand, and necessary checks and balances must be implemented before it becomes too late. So thanks a lot, Dena ji. Thanks for coming to the Project YugParivartan Synergy platform. We would love to hear more from you in our future events, especially the one to the PYP talks, in which we invite only one speaker and audience ask various questions to them related to the subject chosen. Thank you very much, Dena ji. Thank you very much. Okay. So with this, I would like to invite my colleague, Anita Budraja ji, to invite our 6th and the last speaker of the day, Mr. Kailash Ashar from Mumbai, Maharashtra.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Hitesh ji. I'm really pleased to invite our 6th speaker of the day, Mr. Kailash Ashar. Mr. Kailash holds an Indian Dairy Diploma specializing in dairy technology from Dairy Science Institute, Mumbai, and is the former secretary of the Indian Dairy Association. In addition to this, Mr. Kailash is a lead auditor of ISO systems, FSSC, FAMI, QS, and HACCP. He is a certified trainer and facilitator, certified learning and development manager, certified psychometric test professional, and a certified happiness coach. He's also a certified examiner for quality management and has been associated with Ramakrishna Bajaj National Quality Award, instituted by Indian Merchants Chamber for over 20 years. The RBN QA program is a catalyst for nation building and is based on business excellence model. His knowledge has helped numerous SMLEs to streamline their activities to upgrading the human capital. He is recipient of Fellowship Award from NCQM for his contribution to industry through quality management and the Certificate for Excellence from IMC RBN QA Trust. His mission is hope, that is, help others pursue excellence. and create ideas, which is individuals dedicated to excellence and achievements. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our next and last but not the least speaker of the day, Mr. Kailash B. Ashar.
Welcome, Kailash. Welcome.
Yes, good evening, friends. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude first to Anita ji for that wonderful introduction that she has presented. Thank you so much, Anita ji. Also, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers, especially Mr. Hitesh Chandel, for inviting me to this forum to share my views. I appreciate his mission of YugParivartan. I'm not here to teach anyone anything, but I can certainly get your minds to start thinking. That is what I believe. In line with the theme of this event, which is what is your vision of golden age, Swarna Youth? I'll be sharing my thoughts, my concepts, my perspectives, and my experience. Here again, I appreciate the organizers' thoughtfulness. They have very meticulously, spelled out the areas or questions that need to be addressed, keeping in mind the theme of the event, thus simplifying and giving more clarity. I also express my gratitude to the earlier illustrious speakers for adding value to my understanding and learning. Believe me, friends, I was almost in the flow, that's in some sort of a trance, because I was in such a learning environment where I really failed to take notice of the time. And in such environments, time doesn't really matter. One can forget time. Okay. So my sincere gratitude to all the illustrious speakers who have spoken before me and who will speak after me also. Now, before I delve into the questions, I will like to share with you all some basic fundamentals of life, which I strongly believe in and which I feel are very important. One, doing the right things in the right way will only get you the right result. Two, every individual must, repeat, must acquire 5 virtues, which go by ABCCD, which stands for attitude, behavior, competency, communication, and discipline. 3, every individual must acquire 3 sets: mindset, skill set, tool set. And 4th is there are 3 words that every individual needs to deeply understand. They are contentment, acceptance, and expectation. Friends, this is not only applicable to industry or for industry, but for the common man as well. Mind you, the list can be endless. Okay, with this background, I now come to the first question, which is, what is the situation of the world today? It's anybody's guess. I think the situation of the world is very challenging, indeed, for both the common man and the industry. We are living in a VUCA environment, which is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, isn't it? The COVID-19 pandemic continues to rage, and with new variants coming and causing disruptions of all kinds. The war in Ukraine has created a humanitarian crisis and disrupted. For countries to respond effectively, it is very essential that you come to believe that anything that is man-made, has potential to cause hazards. I don't know if you will agree with this, but climate change is increasing the existing challenges, the food insecurity and water scarcity. Despite the VUCA environment that we are in, there is still hope for everyone. This is like, the fight between the good and evil. And I don't want to sound philosophical, but it's the coexistence of good and evil which makes or gives us humans the self-realization of first identifying evil and then weeding it out from society and the world to make it a better place. The world has faced many challenges earlier. It is facing many challenges now, and it will keep facing challenges tomorrow as well. However, the reality is that all challenges are man-made. Therefore, it depends on the species called humans to find a solution. Now, it is the actions of man that causes the challenges, and therefore the onus lies on each of us to design and align our actions constructively. This brings me to the second question: what grand changes do we need in the governance and constitutions of the world? Friends, I am not an expert on this topic of governance and constitutions of the world. However, from a common man's perspective, I can tell you, or I say that there are many changes that need to be made in the governance and constitutions of the world. And some of them, according to me, include, say, a greater focus on the human rights and equality. All people, regardless of the race, gender, religion, or sexual orientation, should have the same rights and opportunities. Constitution should be amended to explicitly guarantee these rights, and governments should be held accountable for upholding them. Another thing is a more democratic and participatory system. Here, people should have a say in how they are governed, and government should be responsive to the needs of their citizens. Constitutions should be amended to make it easier for people to participate, take part in government, and government should be held accountable for their actions. A stronger commitment to environmental protection is another need. The world is facing a number of serious environmental challenges, including climate change, pollution, and deforestation. Now, constitution should be amended to enshrine environmental protection as a fundamental right, and government should be held accountable for making action to address these challenges. A more just and equitable economic system. The current economic system is rigged in favor of wealthy and powerful, and it leaves many people behind. So I feel. Constitution should be amended to ensure that everyone has a fair chance to succeed, and a government should be held accountable for creating an economy that works for everyone. It will not be easy, but it is essential if we want to create a more just and equitable world for all. Now, in addition to what I have said, some other specific changes that could be made to constitutions are inclusive of a Bill of Rights that guarantee fundamental human rights such as the right to life, liberty, and security of people, the right to freedom of expression, religion, and assembly, and the right to a fair trial. Establishment of an independent judiciary, creation of a system of checks and balances that prevents any one branch of government from becoming too powerful. The establishment of a process for amending constitution that is difficult to abuse. These are just a few examples of the kinds of changes that could be made to constitutions to make them more effective in protecting human rights and promoting democracy. Mind you, although I have said that the governments are to be accountable, actually, it is the common man or individual who is accountable. It is all about exercising your rights, given the provisions. The choice is yours. Just an example again to share with you is during elections, how many people do exercise their fundamental rights? And then, they blame the government when you, as an individual, don't take the ownership of your own actions. Friends, coming to the third question, what are the three things that should change for ecosystems to become golden age ecosystems? I feel ecosystems can be said to have reached a golden age when they are healthy, diverse, and productive. They provide a variety of benefits to humans, including clean air, water, and therefore food and recreation also. There are three main things that need to change for ecosystems to become the so-called golden age ecosystems. First is reduce pollution. Pollution through human activities is a major threat to ecosystems. We all know that. It can contaminate water, soil, and air, and it can harm plants and animals. Reducing pollution will certainly help to improve the health of ecosystems and make them more resilient to stresses. Second is protect biodiversity. Now, this is a variety of life on Earth. It includes the different species of plants, animals, and microorganisms. Biodiversity is essential for the health of ecosystems. It helps to ensure that the ecosystem is resilient to change and that they can provide a variety of benefits to humans. Next is sustainably manage the resources that we use. Humans use a variety of resources from ecosystems, including water, food, and wood. It is important to manage these resources sustainably so that they can continue to be available for future generations. Sustainable management of resources includes practices such as reducing waste, recycling, and using renewable energy sources. Making these changes will not be easy, but they are essential. They are vital if we want to create a golden age ecosystem. This will provide a better quality of life for humans and will help to protect the planet for future generations. In addition to the above, what I have said, here are some other specific things that can be done to help ecosystems reach a golden age. Restore degraded ecosystems. That is, many ecosystems have been degraded by human activities such as deforestation, overfishing, and pollution. So restoration of these can help to improve the health and productivity. Support local communities. Yes, this is very important, I feel. Local communities often have a deep understanding of the ecosystems in their area. They can play a key role in protecting and managing these ecosystems. Therefore, we need to invest in research, and there is still much that we do not know about ecosystems. Investing in research will help us to better understand how these ecosystems work and how to protect them. Coming to our fourth question, role of spiritual mentors and religious leaders in creating a golden age. Well, first of all, we need to understand spirituality in the right context. As we have seen earlier speakers also touch upon this subject, I believe it is a feeling or belief that is much more or greater than just yourself or myself, I would say. It is a much more element than sensory perception of human beings. It is being a part of an entity which is cosmic or divine in nature. It is achieving that ultimate self-realization where one unites with the universe, we say. So I believe spiritual mentors and religious leaders can play a vital role in creating golden age ecosystem. First, by providing guidance and support, which can help people to find their inner peace and strength and to develop a sense of purpose in life. Just as we discussed with the earlier speaker, Dena Merriam said, that there are people who have genuine interest in growing the knowledge of spirituality in people, and there are those people who have vested interest. Now the question is, how and who will help me to identify and recognize the good from the bad? So that sorting is very important, and this is where probably the religious leaders or the spiritual mentors can help. Promoting compassion and understanding. This is again where the people can be helped to develop compassion for others, or being empathetic, as you can say, to understand different perspectives, which can help to create a more harmonious and peaceful society, isn't it? Now, inspiring actions. Now, spiritual leaders can definitely help people to take action to make a world a better place. That which we discussed, by the earlier speaker. All right. In addition to what I have said, the specific role that these mentors and religious leaders can play is teaching about the importance of sustainability. Spiritual traditions have always, taught us about the importance of living in harmony with nature. They can help people to understand the need to protect the environment and to make choices that are sustainable. Promoting peace and non-violence. Again, this is about the importance of peace and non-violence. So they can help people to be more tolerant, resolve conflicts peacefully, and to work to create a more just and peaceful world. Empowering people to make a difference. Yes, we need to be mad, as we say, making a difference. So this, spiritual traditions often teach us about the power of individual to make a difference in the world. Maybe through meditation or whatever, improve your spiritual quotient, okay? And they can help people to believe in themselves and to take action to make the world a better place. So here again, 4 factors may be, considered, like the physical, mental, emotional, and social factors, okay, which can be addressed in order to make you know people realize the how to make a difference. And by playing these roles, I think spiritual mentors and religious leaders can help create a golden age ecosystem, a world where everyone is happy, healthy, and having a sense of fulfillment. Coming to the fifth question, role of political organizations, governments, and NGO in creating golden age. Here, I think these organizations can play a significant role in creating golden age ecosystems because they, like political organizations, governments, they have power, and I think that can really help them to get things done. And NGOs have that strong, intent. So promoting sustainable development, this can be done by adopting policies that protect the environment, promote social justice, and ensure economic prosperity. Building or reducing rather poverty. Now, political organizations, governments, and NGOs can definitely help reduce poverty by providing access to education, healthcare, and other essential services. Promoting peace and security. Again, this can be promoted by resolving conflict peacefully and by building, strong institutions that can uphold the rule of law. Protecting human rights. Again, here, protecting human rights by ensuring that everyone has access to basic rights, such as the right to life, liberty, security of the person. Promoting gender equality. This is another area where ensuring that women have the same rights and opportunities as men, also bringing acceptance of other communities like the LGBTQ. Okay, so there are a number of ways that this can be brought about in public and in organizations. Protecting the environment. Yes, this has been dealt with earlier also, and we have to draft certain policies that will help reduce pollution, conserve natural resources, promote sustainable development, and most of all, create a climate change consciousness in people. I think that is very importantly required. There are other examples also where political organizations, governments, and NGOs they can help in creating the golden age. Like you have the United Nations, they are playing a leading role in promoting sustainable development. The UN Sustainable Development Goals, which are a set of 17 goals that are to be achieved by 2030. And all nations are asked to align with these goals and implement in the respective countries and in their areas. The aim is to end poverty, protect the environment, and ensure peace and prosperity for all. There is this body of World Bank, which is providing billions of dollars in loans and grants to help developing countries reduce poverty and improve their economies. There is this Oxfam International, an NGO that works to fight poverty and injustice. Reef Watch Marine Conservation, an NGO again committed to protect and create awareness about the need to protect marine life in India. Then there is the Terra Conscious ensures that dolphins in the oceans are protected from harm. Formation of PPPs, that is the public-private partnerships, especially for building infrastructure and developing activities like for roads or for ports. Okay, and there could be different modes of PPPs, like the BOLT, okay, which is a build, own, lease, transfer model. Then there is the build, transfer, lease model, and various other lease contracts can be entered into. These are just a few examples of the many ways that political organizations, governments, and NGOs, are actually working to create a golden age ecosystem. And most importantly, is by working together, the common man should work together with these institutes, the organizations, to create a world where everyone has the opportunity to contribute. The next question, that is the sixth one, that is the role of business organizations in creating golden age ecosystem. I believe that industrialization has been a blessing, but it has also been the cause of harm and destruction to mankind. Example being, of course, pollution of air, water, soil, also cause of climate change. Okay. So industry and business organization definitely have a role to play in creating a golden age. First, by creating jobs, I would say. Business organizations should and must create jobs by providing goods and services that people need and want. When businesses create jobs, they help to improve the economy and create a more prosperous society. Innovation, yes, this is the word that is really moving around in industry. You know, innovate by developing new products and services that meet the needs of consumers and are also eco-friendly. Innovation is essential for economic growth and prosperity. Investing in the community, as I said, the local communities, they know best their environment, and therefore let us provide help in any way that we can, grow the local communities' involvement, and their actions should be taken into consideration. So when businesses invest in community, they help to create a more vibrant and prospective place to live in. Protecting the environment, again, here there are a number of ways that business organizations can protect by way of having various CSR activities, corporate societal responsibilities, okay, sustainable practices, and reducing the environment impact that they are causing. When businesses protect the environment, yes, they help to ensure a healthy future for all. These are specific examples how business organizations are helping to create a golden age. Some of them, like company like Patagonia, I've heard has a strong commitment for environment sustainability. It has adopted a number of sustainable practices, such as using recycled materials in its products and reducing its carbon footprint. The company Ben & Jerry is known for its social mission. Companies like the Whole Foods Market is committed to providing healthy food to its customer, healthy and safe food. Whole Foods Market sources its products from sustainable sources and offers a wide variety of healthy food options. Companies like Tata, Birla's, Reliance, all and many such organizations are working towards creating an awareness to protecting ecosystems and developing a sustainable environment. Okay, these are a few examples of many ways how business organizations can create awareness to protecting ecosystems and develop a sustainable development. Okay, there are ample opportunities for individuals or common man to join these organizations, associations, or groups and work together to build a sustainable ecosystem. The next question is about the role of common man in creating golden age ecosystem. Well, don't underestimate the power of common man. So goes a certain dialogue. Like, friends, let's take a meaning of a little serious. Okay. This is what I call the I. Okay. Where the I stands for individual identity. As an individual, what can every human being do for creating golden age ecosystem? That is the vital question to be answered. I feel there is a lot of work to be done in this area of self-development. And knowing yourself, we say, is wisdom. So let's get down to knowing oneself. But some of the ample opportunities that a common man has and can play a significant role in creating this golden age ecosystem. First and foremost is, I think, voting. The common man needs to understand that given this provision, given this fundamental right, are they using it? Are they going to vote? See, the thing is, many people complain the governments are not doing this, not doing that, and they blame the governments for not doing something. But the onus lies on us. Okay, what are we doing to bring the government that we want and that we want them to do certain things, constructive things? I think that the onus lies on the individual. How can we build a public opinion that can influence or that can force the governments to do what we want? Second is volunteering. This is a very common thing. Okay, where people need to understand the power of volunteering. That is time to help others in need during urgencies, emergencies, calamities, or just help to enhance the growth of others. Volunteering can help to improve the lives of others and make the world a better place. That's what I believe. Donating, yes, donating is probably people who have lots of money, or it's not just money that you can do it. You can donate a simple thing like a smile. Smile can create a, please don't underestimate the power of smile. It's a simple magic in living every day. It also stands for securing maximum impact with little efforts. I think you have to deep dive into such words, understanding their true meaning. And another way is consuming sustainably. Yes, becoming a responsible consumer. Okay, in this age of consumerism, I think we are going left, right, and I mean left, right, and center, and trying to consume anything and everything. Is it harmful to you? Is it harmful to environment? Is it harmful to others? We're just not giving a thought to that. I think high time we become responsible for this. Then educating ourselves. Yes, as one of the earlier speakers also mentioned, education is a very important part in creating that consciousness, that awareness in individuals. I think, see, technology can be upgraded. There can be automation of machines, equipment, everything. How do you upgrade the human? How do you upgrade an individual? It is only and only through training, education. So I feel a lot of emphasis must be given to education and training. And mind you, this HR we call, which we normally know it as human resource, but I actually call it high risk. Why? There is a reason. What is the nature of human? I think it is unpredictability. This is one of the most unpredictable resource. Bole kuch, kare kuch. And therefore, we need to be aware of ourselves. Knowing thyself is wisdom, very rightly said so. And that is why we need to know ourselves better. Okay. And another way the common man can, get involved is advocating for change. So advocating for change means what? Speaking out about the issues that are important to society and not remaining silent. Okay. This includes writing to elected officials. We had some very good people from political parties and all that, whom we can associate with or we can write to. Okay. And attending protests and participating other forms of activism. By playing such roles, the common man can help create a golden age ecosystem and a world where everyone has the opportunity to live a happy, healthy, and fulfilling life. Coming to the next question, which is how do you see your vision and mission converging with PIP vision? I feel that our destination is similar. That is creating a beneficial ecosystem for all. Our scriptures talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is also, I think put up outside our old parliament building. I don't know about the new one, but there is definitely, it is outside our parliament building. And a couple of earlier speakers also spoke about it. What does it mean? It means the world is one family. With the internet coming in, it has really shrunk the world. It has become easy to talk from one corner to another corner. Now let's make a productive use. How can we, make use of such technology? That is to be understood. And it is the growth of an individual to family, to a community, and finally uniting with the universe. In other words, individuals must take the journey of, journey from growing from Swarthi to Parivarthi to Paropkarthi and finally Paramarthi, that is uniting with the universe. I think this has to be understood. The thought might appear to be utopian, but believe me, my friends, every individual has a choice. And there lies the answer. We must help, we must make the right choice. We must help each other in our journey of self-realization and to make this world a better place to live in. Finally, friends, the question asks, what is your wish list from PYP Synergy platform to empower your vision? Friends, I have addressed the questions what and somewhat how we are going to do it. But there is a lot of deep diving required into how we can make it happen, then rather than letting it happen, And but I think this will be feasible if we can implement the 4 C's, which I again strongly believe in. That is collaboration, cooperation, coordination, and communication with each other. Okay. So my wish list is to address 3 things: bringing about climate change consciousness. Second is helping to understand and adopt technological innovations and disruptions. And finally, how to be a good human being. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your patient listening. And once again, I appreciate and thank the organizers for creating such a wonderful platform. Indeed, sharing is caring. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kailash. Namaskar.
Thank you, Kailash ji. So thanks a lot, Kailash ji, for sharing your views on the topic that we proposed. And you have very well covered each point given over there. While I have not met you so far, but your session has inspired me to keep this in my list of things when I next visit Mumbai. The point related to implementation of checks and balances of power in politics reminds us of a famous saying that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. You're right in saying that we must manage our resources well today, without which we will leave a very bad legacy for our future generations. There were several actionable mentioned by you, which we will definitely get inspired to do our bit in whatever way we can. So thanks a lot, Kailash ji. Thank you very much.
If there is any questions or something, I would be.
Any questions from the audience?
Namaskar, Kailash ji. Very impressive connection of dots presented by you. I also come from the learning and development fraternity, and I have heard you in your speech mentioning multiple times about training and education and learning. But if concisely right about now, if you can throw some light on how, as a learning and development professional, which encompasses being a leader and trainer and coach and everything, what is your individual contribution you see you would like to put forth for the golden age to arrive sooner than it would otherwise?
I think that every individual must identify in this context, identify what they want to do. Okay. So once having got a list of priorities, I would then say that one must schedule those priorities. So which to be done first, which second, third, fourth. Okay. All have to be done, no doubt. But even then, I think scheduling will give us a better clarity. But after scheduling, which is more important, I feel, is applying that 80-20 principle, which are those 20%, activities or issues that will bring about 80% transformation, into building a golden age ecosystem. Okay. So I think these are some ways. And the 4 things that I have, when I started my talk, which I strongly believe in, is that, you see, people think that just doing doing the right thing, we can get the right result. I say you can never get the right result unless you do the right thing in the right way. So let's look at the way. How should we be doing this? What is the right way? Or is there a better way to do this? I might be doing it currently this way, but is there a better way to do this? So that's the road to continual improvement, as we say. All right. The second that I said was that, acquiring those 5 virtues. Believe me, this is my personal experience. Attitude, behavior, competency, communication, and discipline. If an individual or an organization or a country, I would say, acquires these 5 virtues, there is just no looking back. There is just further movement on it. All right, further growth. Okay. Then there are those 3 sets as an individual that one is very essential for individual or for masses, I would say, or your organizations, or even for a country. Mindset. What is the kind of mindset that I need to have to bring about the change that I'm visualizing? What is the kind of skill sets that I require? Do I have them? And what is the kind of tools that I will require? So what tool sets do I have? Okay. So it's very important to educate people on these lines. Then those 3 words again: contentment, acceptance, and expectation. I think these are the foundations for happiness. First thing is the contentment. You have to be satisfied. You see, I think one must learn to distinguish between being greedy and being ambitious. I'm not saying you don't be ambitious. No, that's the positive side. But greedy is the negative side. So we need to really, there's a very subtle difference. One becomes successful and then, there is growth, materialistic growth. And then there is no end to, I want this, I want that, I have a car, but then I want a Merc. If I have a Merc, then I want some other, car that is better than Merc. So it's that is greediness. All right. So in that, if there is no contentment, there is no satisfaction, there is no happiness, because these are all materials. So how do you acquire contentment? I think that is to look inwards, that is to meditate, and that's where spirituality will help us. So that contentment, and then acceptance. Accept the fact, or accept, I would say, the situation, the environment, the people around you as they are. Don't try and change things. If you want to change anything, change yourself. And the change begins with self. So everything, begins with Swayam. I told you the journey of, when Swayam gives earth to self, you become Swarthi. Like that, when you give earth to Parivar, you become Parivarthi, right? When you give earth to community and, larger masses and all that, you become Paropkarthi. And finally, you want to unite with the universe, where I see myself, where I see universe in me. Okay. So that is the level that one really, you can take the route or road to learning and development. Now, I would say it's not just a learning and development at postgraduate or those levels. This should get imbibed at school levels. This should come at the school levels. And how can our children be made to expose? And today, teaching, training, learning has become very complex and also very practical. So, how to, through games, to storytelling, all these are various ways in which, a teaching or learning can become, can be made interesting, right? So I think it's going down to the school level and inculcating those seeds, so then the future generations can enjoy, and if they want, they can remember us for having done that.
Very nice.
I think it was a little longer. I don't know whether I answer your question.
Yes, definitely. Yes. Thank you so much, Kailash. Really appreciate it.
Very quickly, I'll give a summary of who all will be the speakers tomorrow. And then we will do a formal close with a formal vote of thanks by Garima Vermaji. So I'm just quickly taking you to the website. I hope you must have seen this at least once. Yeah. So this is the registration page of website, which lists all the 18 speakers in the 3 days of the summit. So tomorrow we'll have this schedule. The first session will be by Ms. Susie Kang. She is the team manager of religious department of global branch, HWPL South Korea. So she'll be logging in from Seoul, South Korea. So please be there to listen to her views. Then a session by Mr. Ajit Saxena, who is founder of Divinity Foundation and an ex-bureaucrat. Then a session by Mr. Mukund Hirve, who is convener of Maharashtra State Rashtriya Muslim Manch of RSS, followed by a session from Dr. Sanjay Apte, who is president of Chinmaya Seva Trust from Surat, Gujarat. A session by Mr. Ankur Sharma Loni, who is a very fast-growing, founder of a very fast-growing political party based out of Jammu and Kashmir, Ekam Sanatan Bharat Dal. Then last session by Mr. Devendra Balhara, who is the leader in Janta Sarkar Morcha movement. So we try to cover as much as possible from various perspectives so that together we all achieve the common destination called as Golden Age. So with this thought, let us formally close today's session with a formal vote of thanks by Garima Vermaji. So over to you, Garima.
Unforgettable voices, inspiring hearts, gratitude echoes from the whole Project YugParivartan team to our extraordinary speakers. I will just say a little bit about all of the speakers one by one. We started with Mr. Daniel Sinclair, who shared his valuable insights on creating a golden age emphasizing the common essence found in various religions. By striving to understand the universe as it is, rather than through our limited perceptions, he advocated for inter-religious dialogue to foster global unity and achieve lasting world peace. Followed by Ali Mehdi ji, he shared his insightful vision for improving the world, reflecting on the unity during the COVID-induced lockdown. It was emphasized beautifully that if a virus can transcend boundaries, so can love, compassion, and other positive aspects of humanity, leading to the achievement of golden age and world peace. Thank you so much. Then we had Dr. Biindu Khuraana ji, who shared her impressive thoughts on creating a golden age ecosystem. While differing from Shakespeare's famous quote, she emphasized the significance of names, exemplifying her own choice of Made in Bharat in her book, highlighting the unifying power and rich heritage associated with the name. Additionally, she emphasized the transformative impact on educating women, stating that education of a woman educates an entire generation. Thank you so much for your enlightening thoughts, Biindu ji. Then we had the vivacious and very dynamic Somnath Bharti ji, thanking him for his emphasis on noble nature of politics, urging individuals to enter the field with a mindset of service and problem solving, striving for the ultimate goal of a golden age where people are willing to help without needing assistance themselves. He also shared how he's creating amazing workable systems of building trust and support for the common man using the technology available today. Next speaker, Dena Merriam ji, thank you very much for providing a captivating thought on the Yuga cycle, delving into the progression and regression of various yugas, highlighting the connection between and the journey of a soul. Additionally, emphasized the crucial link between human consciousness, the state of the ecosystem, and the urgent need to address global warming through a shift of collective consciousness. Followed by our last and very insightful speaker, Kailash ji, who shared his views and proposed the topic which has a lasting impact. Inspiring speaker like Kailash ji has shared his future plans around learning and training, the entire human resource, which otherwise is very risky, but how can we use human resource to our advantage is what was highlighted mainly in his conversation. The discussion emphasized the importance of implementing checks and balances of power to avoid corruption, while also highlighting the need to manage resources responsibly for the sake of future generations. The actionable points shared by Kailash ji are expected to motivate the audience to contribute in their own capacity. Thanking all the speakers once again from the entire family of PYP, and you also, all of you are also part of our family now. So thank you, all of you. Bahut bahut dhanyawad.
And I would also like to add to it, thanks a lot to the entire organizing team who have worked behind the scenes to make this day one of the summit very good success and very deep learning experience for all of us. And thanks for all those people who have worked behind the scenes and have not come on stage as an anchor. Their work is reflecting in the various background banners that we can see. So thanks Vihita, thanks Anita Budraja ji, Amit ji, Kapil ji, Garima ji, and all the other people who have worked behind the scenes. Thank you very much. Looking forward to see you all tomorrow at 4 p.m. with yet another insightful sessions by 6 speakers of tomorrow's session. Namaskar.